Hello, good morning and welcome to the Great Green Gathering. My name's Eleanor Atkins and I'm a lecturer here at Staffordshire University in Biological and Biomedical Sciences. I specialise in ecology and conservation and I would very much like to welcome you to the very first ever Great Green Gathering. Okay. My passions are hedges and conservation and how we can make hedges be the best habitats they can be for wildlife, and how we can improve our urban areas, making them a much better place for nature and for us. I have a wonderful team helping me today, so look out for them as the day progresses. I would very much like to welcome you to the first ever Great Green Gathering. We hope you enjoy spending your time with us today, and we thank you for joining us. We have lots of activities planned for you to view and many to get involved in, including the launch of our competition, plenty of Make With Me's, and some amazing videos with a lot of very special guests. We also very much want to hear from you today, so please use the chat to ask us questions or share your thoughts and ideas. Initially, this was going to be a face-to-face celebration of all the good things that we and our friends who have a passion for all things green and strive to improve our local environment for us and our fellow species are doing in your local area and beyond. However, due to the recent lockdown, we are not able to gather together and share our stalls and activities, but we still wanted to make this happen in the best way that we could and provide a fun learning environment and resources for you to explore. So we have delved into the world of technology, which is a scary place for an ecologist to enter, and muddled through to the best of our abilities, mainly due to our superstar Richard, to bring this to you, warts and all. So please bear with us while we try to share our day with you, hopefully without too many technical glitches. Okay, so what have we got in store for you today? Well, this is our itinerary for the day. Up next is Richard Guy from Staffordshire Wildlife Trust. He's going to talk to you about the Sunrise Project. And then we have Trudy Williams and Helen Rutherford from Staffordshire University, who's going to tell you about what we're doing on our estate and launch our project and competition. Kelly Hopkins is joining us from Staffordshire Bat Group, and she's going to talk about the ecology of bats and how we can help and how to find bats and what we can do to save bats. Amy Burrows from Staffordshire Wildlife Trust is going to tell you what Staffordshire Wildlife Trust are doing and some activities that you'll be able to get involved in. Claire Studman from the City of Stoke-on-Trent Parks is going to tell you all about the exciting things that are happening at Hanley Park. Our very own Becky Snow from Staffordshire University is going to tell you how you can be fantastic about plastic. Sally McGill, also one of our team at Staffordshire University, is going to talk to you about crafting and recycling. Fran Cornwall from our education department is going to do an EduCreate. She's going to show you how to make peanut butter feeders and other resources, and that's a Make With Me. So if you see this symbol, the two hands, then you might need to go and grab some resources, but I'll go through those with you in a moment. Anne-Marie from Staffordshire Mammal Group is going to it's been replaced by Derek Crawley from Staffordshire Mammal Group, and he's going to tell you all about the exciting things that are happening in the Staffordshire Mammal Group in your area. Trish Darcy is going to look at the importance of indoor nature, and you can be able to make a terrarium with her. Following that, we have Ryan Proctor, who's going to show you how to make pollution monitors, which is also Make With Me. He's going to tell you how to find out how polluted your area is. Hugh Warwick, our local hedgehog expert, is going to give you a very brief introduction to hedgehogs and how we can help. And then our very own Bailey Jennings from Staffordshire University is going to show you how to build a hedgehog home in your garden. Brad Hales, also from Staffordshire University, is going to show you how to build a frog-friendly wildlife park. I will be back with you again talking about hedges and how you can improve them in your garden for wildlife and biodiversity, and also talk to you about a little bit of the research that we're looking at. Ian Davids from Staffordshire University is going to tell you how to make wildlife into your garden and also show you how to make a nectar feeder. Ellie Harrison, our resident herpetologist, is going to talk to you about reptiles and amphibians and what you can do to help. Shanna, the fantastic artist, is going to show you how to draw bees, so I really have a pen and paper ready for that one. Then later on, you'll be able to have your questions answered by our team of experts, including Dave Skingersley from Staffordshire University, Hugh Warwick, the hedgehog expert, Richard Guy from Staffordshire Wildlife Trust, and Derek Crawley from the Mammal Society. So make sure you've got your questions coming in. And finally, we're going to close on a big high with our very own Cheryl Wheeler doing a fantastic wildlife quiz. So what will you need to have with us for these great Make With Me activities? So for the crafting and recycling activity, you need to have an old but a wearable top, something that you can wear because you're going to make something fantastic out of that. Some sharp scissors, so we need adults to supervise with those. And approximately 1 to 2 meters of string, ribbon, and or wool, or a combination of all of those. Then Fran is going to do the EduCurate peanut butter feeder. For that, you'll need an empty toilet roll tissue, some string, peanut butter, and bird seeds, scissors, a kebab skewer or similar, and a butter knife. If you're going to make one of our terrariums with Trish, you need to have a large bottle, plants, e.g. for small ferns or bromeliads, gravel, charcoal, potting soil, newspaper or funnel. If you want to make pollution monitors, you need to have a pencil, some crayons, some paper plates, ideally the coated ones that aren't going to get too wet in weather like this, some Vaseline and some string. And if you want to start to welcome wildlife into your garden by making a nectar feeder with Ian, you need some cardboard, some scissors, some colouring pencils, a bottle top, glue, sticky tape, cotton bug, sugar and water. And I would very much recommend that you draw some insects, well, some bees with Shanna. She's really good. So you'll need a pencil and paper ready for that. Now, if you don't have these things to hand, don't worry, because all our resources will be available for you next week so that you can make these at your leisure. So, as I have said, we want you to be involved in this event. So please use the chat to ask us questions. Include your name, age and where you live so that we can credit you when we read out the questions. If you have a particular question for a panel of experts, then please start your message with the word expert. If you have a question for a particular guest, then please use their names in the message. Okay, so why are we doing this? Well, the Great Green Gathering, the aim of which is to share our ideas and expertise with you and all learn together about how we can keep nature and biodiversity by making some small changes and the benefits that we can get in return from doing so. Remember, as I've said before, all of the resources that you've seen today and that you will be seeing today, and many, many more, will be available next week by the link to this description. So let's begin. So up next, we have our very first special guest from Staffordshire Wildlife Trust, who's currently acting as a project manager for the exciting ERDF Sunrise project, which is happening right in our area. He's working to enhance green spaces and wildlife habitats across Stoke-on-Trent and Newcastle. So if you just bear with us for a few moments, we'll get him on and we'll speak to you very soon.
Thank you very much, Ellie. So I'm going to move us to the first of our holding screens now. And so if you bear with us, these are just going to pop up on screen for a short while whilst we just swap the streams over and bring the next guests in. So we'll be back very, very shortly.
Brilliant. Okay, see you very shortly. Good morning, Richard, and welcome to the Great Green Gathering. This is Richard, and he's going to be talking to you about the Sunrise project from Staffordshire Wildlife Trust.
Morning, Ellie. Thank you for introducing me and for inviting me to give a presentation today. As a graduate of Staffordshire University many years ago, it's good to be back. So look forward to having this opportunity to talk about the Sunrise project. So if you want to put the presentation on, I'll get talking.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Go. Good morning, everyone. And as Ellie said, my name is Richard Guy. I work for Staffordshire Wildlife Trust. I'm a project manager there for the ERDF Sunrise project. That project, the acronym Sunrise, stands for Stoke and Urban Newcastle Rediscovering Its Secret Environment, which I've always thought is a very nice acronym, although I can't claim any personal credit for coming up with it. And when we talk about secret environments, we're working on urban green spaces, urban habitats, such as this one, which is an example of a wetland habitat that the project has created in Abbey Halton. From the look of it, you'd think it was out in the countryside somewhere, but that is actually pretty much in the centre of Stoke-on-Trent. There are other examples as well. So we're working in Stoke and Newcastle. This view, although it looks like a farmer's field, that's actually the North Staffordshire Hospital in the background. This is a sort of tucked away area within the Lyme Valley Park of Newcastle. So there's all these hidden areas, and it's not just the big tucked away bits of countryside, it's also the wildlife that lives in them. So for example, this yellow rackle flower, which has been introduced as one of our meadow creation schemes, again over in Newcastle. So this project is a partnership project. It's not just Staffordshire Wildlife Trust. It's funded by the European Regional Development Fund, and we're working with other partners as well, including Stoke-on-Trent City Council, Newcastle Underline Borough Council, Groundwork West Midlands, the Environment Agency and the Wild Trout Trust to work on this big and exciting project for the Stoke-on-Trent and Newcastle Underline area. So what are we doing? This slide will advance in a moment. As I mentioned, it is primarily a urban habitat restoration and enhancement project. So we're looking at habitats in the city that are unloved, unused, underappreciated, and we're looking to undertake restoration work, enhancement work to improve those. In doing so, we are hoping that we will also improve the connectivity of the city to create these sort of habitat corridors throughout the city, and finally to improve community access and awareness of these spaces so that people ultimately get to enjoy the wildlife around them. Within those wider goals, there's 5 themes, the first of which is river or watercourse restoration, for example, the removal of weirs, reintroduction of meanders, renaturalisation of watercourses. We're also looking at wetland creation and enhancement. For example, we dug this pond in the floodplain of the River Trent to improve the wetland associated with the river itself. We're also looking at grassland and doing meadow creation type works to introduce wildflowers where traditionally it's just a green desert, just grass mown to within an inch of its life. We're looking to introduce some diversity there. Woodland management as well. The cities actually have a lot of urban woodland, but sadly the vast majority of it is undermanaged or not managed at all, and so this project will allow us to undertake some management activity on some of those areas. And finally, the control of invasive species. The 2 of most interest to this project are Japanese knotweed, as you can see here, and Himalayan balsam, both of which spread prolifically along watercourses and in other areas and cause some problem for our native species. So where are we working? We are working across Stoke and urban Newcastle, so not out into the countryside areas of Newcastle. We've got a map here. Looks a little bit scattergun from this view, but we're working along the River Trent and its tributaries. So specifically the Lyme Brook, the Fowley Brook, the Causley Brook and the Ford Green Brook tributaries of the River Trent. And if I overlay the some lines to show you where the River Trent and its tributaries flow, you'll start to appreciate how actually all of these sites, as divided as they look in this view, actually link together quite well. Those lines should start appearing any moment now if the technology goes correctly. Come on, where are you, River Trent? That is actually part of the problem of the River Trent, is in so many parts of Stoke it is hidden, and there we go, it decided to show up. So in so many parts of Stoke-on-Trent, it is hidden. It's tucked away behind industrial estates. It's culverted. It's just hidden, and we're not able to see it. And so under this scheme, in a few areas, we're hoping to give it an opportunity to be seen a bit more widely. So there we've got the Lyme Brook showing up, going into Newcastle town centre, then the Fowley Brook going up past well-known areas like Westport Lake, ending up in Bradwell Wood in the north, and finally the Causley Brook and Ford Green Brook in Stoke itself. Time scales of the project, it's a 3-year project. We were originally due to begin in January 2018. Due to some administrative issues and delays, the project didn't actually get properly started until September 2018, which puts our end date at September 2021. But at the minute, with COVID-19 and issues associated with it, there is some uncertainty about whether we'll be able to complete for that date. And so there's a bit of a question mark over whether we will finish then or will be granted an extension to continue working beyond that point. How much then? A question that I'm asked on a regular basis. Given that we're working across 16 sites on this sort of large scale, it is obviously going to have to be quite a lot of money. And in fact, the total project is £3.6 million across the 3 years, which represents probably the biggest investment into specifically the nature of Stoke and Newcastle in a very long time indeed. So a quick run through of what we've done so far. This is a whistle-stop tour because we've been working on the project for nearly 2 years now, and I've got just a few minutes left. So we've done a weir removal and an associated wetland creation over in Abbey Halton. We've undertaken woodland management across 6 areas of woodland across Stoke and Newcastle. We commissioned a city-wide invasive species survey across all of the sites, and have undertaken a first year of Japanese knotweed control. We've sown 8 new meadow areas, and we'll be undertaking follow-up management work of those soon. And probably most excitingly is we've started to dig 1/2 kilometre of new river channel on the old Victoria ground where the old football stadium used to be. For any of you who are from Stoke, you may well know this site. It's been derelict now for over 20 years. The Environment Agency and others have been trying to do something with it, and this project has finally given us the opportunity. So this drone shot shows the wider site, gives you a bit of a scale of the task here. This shot was taken just earlier this week. So this red line shows the current course of the River Trent, and the blue line that will pop up shortly, there we go, shows the proposed course of the new channel. And what this new channel is going to do is take the river out of what is currently a biodiversity nightmare and put it into a naturalized channel that gives it a lot more opportunity to provide habitats for wildlife, improve the connectivity, going back to those earlier themes of the river, and enable species to move more freely up and down the river. So we've got another couple of photos here to give you a slightly better idea of what we're dealing with. This is what the River Trent currently flows through in that area. It is ultimately a concrete trough. It is hard bottom, vertically sided, and there's very little opportunity for biodiversity in there. By contrast, this picture, again taken earlier this week, shows the new channel taking shape. As you can see, it's already, even several months prior to its completion, looking like a better alternative. We have sloped side instead of vertical. We have gravels and stones for a riverbed instead of hard concrete. We have soft engineering in the form of root plates and trees that are being used to prevent erosion rather than hard engineering. Some of these annotations give you a few ideas of what else is going in. We've got the meanders. Something I failed to mention is that the current channel has 2 weirs incorporated into it. This new channel will divert around those and remove that barrier to fish passage that weirs create. And so this really is a very exciting project. It's a bit of a flagship, really, in terms of Staffordshire Wildlife Trust's involvement in the project. And I for one am very excited to see this completed. What is still to do then? The short answer is lots. We do have a lot that we still have to do. We have 2 more weirs identified for complete removal, including this one. This is on the Causley Brook in Stoke. We have 2 weir and culvert modifications. So we're not in a position to remove them entirely, but we're going to modify them, including this one, which is again actually on the Causley Brook in Stoke. We also have a large wetland creation scheme, restoration of an existing large wetland, more woodland management work to do, multiple small watercourse enhancements that are linked primarily with the woodland enhancement areas. So we'll be again using natural materials in that. There's more invasive species control to do. The meadows that we've created will require some ongoing management. Outside of Staffordshire Wildlife Trust's sort of ownership or lead in the project is also another river renaturalisation scheme on the Fowley Brook, which the City Council are running. And there's also a SUDS installation, SUDS standing for Sustainable Urban Drainage, which Groundwork West Midlands are leading on. There's a few other bits and pieces that are still to be confirmed. The confirmation coming from budget availability, landowner agreement, and that sort of thing. Of course, I've mentioned the Victoria Ground. We've started, but we need to finish it. So that's a few months away yet, but a very exciting one. And last but absolutely not least is another large river restoration scheme at Staffordshire University itself within the campus. So this is one of my first opportunities to talk with a wider audience about what we're doing at the university. And as I mentioned, as a former graduate myself, this is quite an exciting thing to be involved with. So why Staffordshire University? Many of you may know the campus, may know the river in it. You may be thinking it's not that bad. And you're right, it's not that bad. But it isn't that great either, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. So a picture will pop up in a minute, an aerial view of the Leek Road campus at Staffs Uni. There we go. And you can see the course of the river running through there. I've got an overlay in a minute to pick it out if you're struggling to see exactly where that runs. And on face value, it doesn't look too bad. And you know, we've got vegetated banks and a bit of green space around it. And yeah, on face value, it doesn't look too bad. However, the next picture to come up is a map from approximately 150 years ago showing the course of the River Trent through that area previously. And you can see quite clearly just how constrained the river in its current form is compared to how it used to be. It used to have a lot more opportunity to meander through the floodplain. And indeed, later maps than this show what is now the rugby pitches as more or less a marsh. We think that started to change when a sewage works was installed on the site. About the turn of the 20th century, the river started to be controlled a bit more to facilitate its use in those. We've got a few images here showing a close-up of the river. And yes, we have vegetation. Yes, we have the river itself. The banks aren't too high. It's a bit disconnected. But ultimately, what we don't have is diversity. It's relatively straight. It's relatively uniform. The banks are the same height. The river is the same depth. It's all flowing at the same speed. And we just don't have the sort of diversity that we want in a natural habitat in the river as it currently stands. So what are we going to do about this? We'd love to just restore exactly how it was, but I would quite quickly fall out with my friends at the university if I proposed that, because as you'll see from this map, we'd need to knock down half of the student accommodation, which for obvious reasons would not go down very well. So we have obviously taken a more realistic approach to this. We worked with some hydrology consultants within the constraints of the area that we had available to us, and the university estates team have been very, very supportive in allowing us to be quite ambitious here. And you'll see from this next image the design that we are currently working to. So this restores a lot of that diversity that we were talking about that's currently missing. It puts back in those meanders, the river bends that are currently missing from the river in its current form. It installs features that will give variety to the speed and the depth of the flow of the water. So we'll be introducing riffles, which are these shallower sections, and correspondingly some deeper, slower flowing sections, some pools in the river design. Finally, we've also been able to reconnect the river a bit with its floodplain by introducing these offline features, ponds, ephemeral channels, meaning channels that will only flow when the water is higher, and just sort of connected the river back in with its surrounding habitats. Now, as I said, this is a bit of a whistle-stop tour, so I'm going to have to stop there. Otherwise, there'll be no opportunity for questions. But if you would like to hear more about the project, we do have a website, erdf-sunrise.co.uk, and please do follow Staffordshire Wildlife Trust and the wider project on social media through the use of the Staffs Sunrise hashtag. This is something we, as the Wildlife Trust, are very excited about, and so we will be talking about it, and there'll be plenty more opportunities to learn more about it. So that's my presentation done. Thank you for listening. If indeed you have lasted this long, I'm quite happy now to take a few questions if there are any. So Ellie, are you going to be introducing those questions?
Ellie, I think you're muted.
Sorry. Here I am. I can hear myself, which is good. So how can people get involved in this? How are they able to go and see these sites and what do they need to do?
Good question. So the vast majority of the sites are actually public open space already. They're owned by one or other of the councils. There's a few exceptions to that, with the university campus being the obvious one to mention. If you go to the website, you'll be able to see where all of those sites are, and see how you can get to them, see what we're proposing to do, what we have already done in circumstances where we've already started work, and that will give you an opportunity then to sort of pick and choose which one you fancy going to see. But as I say, most of them are already public open space and have access to enable you to go and see them.
Yes. Thank you very much, Richard. I don't think we have any more questions just at the moment. So what you'll be doing later on is one of our panelists, our expert section. I've got a delay on my voice, I can hear it coming back. So that was absolutely brilliant. So I'm sure the questions will come in throughout the day. Okay. So thank you very much for joining us. And we're now going to go over to talk to Trudy and Helen, who are a fantastic team within the Estates Department, passionate about sustainability, and are going to do an amazing job at transforming our campuses. So please stay on the line while we put a holding screen, and they will join us very shortly. Thank you very much, and thank you, Richard. Well, welcome Judy and Helen. Lovely to have you here at the Great Green Gathering. So if you'd just like to take a second to introduce yourselves.
Will do. Hi, Eleanor. Hi, everybody. My name's Trudy Williams, and I'm the Assistant Director for Campus Services at Staffordshire University, which is a long way of describing that I look after lots of things like our cleaning services, our catering services, but obviously a lot to do with the environment that we live in. Helen?
Yep, so thank you, Trudy. Thank you, Eleanor. I'm Helen Rutherford. I'm Head of Campus Services and Facilities at the university, so I work directly with Trudy in providing the services which she's mentioned. Again, a lot to do with the environment, sustainability, and how we kind of run the university.
Okay, brilliant. So we have lots of questions for you today. So Trudy, why should our student, staff, visitors care about the environment?
So I think the most important thing to understand when we're talking about the environment and the impact that we have is that it affects everybody. And every single thing that we do on a daily basis, every activity and every choice that we make has an impact. If you think about it, things like how we travel, whether we walk, whether we cycle, whether we go in a car has an impact on the environment, both positive and potentially negative as well. Things like how we recycle our waste and the choices that we make, whether we use plastics a lot or whether we don't use plastics, but also about the energy that we use. So, for example, when our students and staff are at university, whether they keep all of their tech on, if they put things on to standby, if we turn lights off, or whether we keep lights on all of the time, all of the activities that we undertake have an impact on our carbon emissions and also on the way that we are impacting not just Staffordshire and not just Staffordshire University, but the impact for every single person then moves on from me to my environment, to the wider environment, and eventually to the entire world. So everything that we do at Staffordshire has a much bigger impact than just our own.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Next question, Trudy. What are the university's main impacts?
Gosh, we've got quite a lot there. So we have a huge impact in brilliant teaching and learning for the students that decide to come to Staffordshire University. Obviously, a significant part of that is about the research that we undertake. So when you come to Staffordshire, there is a whole world of things available to you, obviously including the environmental work that we do, that students can learn and actually take into their lives and in their careers moving forward from there. Obviously, we have an impact on travel because we have a lot of staff and students who come from not just within Staffordshire, not just within Stoke, but from a wider region. And whether they travel by train, whether they travel by bike or by car, again, those impacts are felt both regionally, but also more widely than that. All of the operations that are associated with running a university, how we provide food to students and staff on a daily basis, how we make sure that the things that we do in terms of waste are done properly. Obviously, we run masses and masses of technology, a bit like we're doing now in terms of talking to you over the tech. And that has an impact in itself because there's running of electricity, but also how we then look at the tech we buy and making sure that that's done properly, but it's also disposed of safely as well. And particularly on the tech side, we have many, many amazing students who choose to learn with us, but not come onto campus as well. So the way that we deliver is via the use of technology, which supports their learning and makes it a great experience.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Give me a second and I'll ask Helen, can I ask you the next question, please?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, so how does the university help students, staff and visitors to reduce their environmental impact?
So I think the first thing I want to say is we always try to be part of the solution rather than the problem. So as Trudy said, we know we have these impacts, so we need to think about how we reduce and mitigate those impacts. So first of all, we have a lot of information, either online, when students come onto campus, when staff come onto campus and visitors, we tell them what their impacts would be. Again, education, we're a university, we want to be teaching people about how to be better in the environment, how to reduce their impacts. So events like this are absolutely fantastic and Trudy and I really like to be a part of it. We've also then trying to make it easier for people to do the right thing, because we all kind of know what we should be doing, but if it's harder to do the right thing, why would you kind of do it? So we need to be thinking about, do we make it easier for students and for staff? So one of the main ones is waste segregation. So do you know exactly what bin your waste should go into when we do produce waste? We also then have quite a lot to do with minimising the amount of waste. So again, about plastics, you'll probably hear quite a lot to say about single-use plastics, reducing the plastics you've got on site. When you use it, can you reuse different things? Coffee cups, how do we reuse those? Cutlery, how do we reuse that? We then want to be looking at behaviour change. How do we get people to know to do the right thing and go and do it? And then also, what does good look like? So we kind of give people targets about what we want to do as a university and how people can help us with that. And then another one, we've got sustainable transport options. So at Staffordshire University, we're really lucky, we're really close to the train station. So how do we get people to use the train more? How do we make it easier for them to use a bike, to walk? What incentives can we use to make people do that? So make them change their behaviour to reduce their impact on the environment. So it's all kind of those things. And we also need to be thinking about changing the university's approach to it. So at a higher level, so it's great for the students and the staff, but how do we kind of get our leadership involved in it? So it makes it really, really important, because that's a big step change for the university, is how do we get the leadership involved? So they kind of tell people what to do. So it's important for everyone, not just a few key people. It's a whole university approach, not just a few people. And that's where kind of Trudy and I are trying to get to, and everyone on this event today is really involved. So I think that's going to be a really big impact for us.
Brilliant, thank you very much, Helen. So question number 4 for you, Trudy. What can be done better, and how is the university doing this?
So Helen gave me a really good lead in with that last question to answer this, because the university is making massive step change in terms of sustainability and the plans that we've got for the future. We've got a very, very exciting sustainability strategy that's being put forward and led by Sally McGill, who you're going to be hearing from a little bit later on in the session today. We're looking at carbon management. We've got a great union of students who are working with us, but also with our student body to say, right, what are we going to do in terms of ensuring that our carbon management is not only fully clear, but what we can then do to either offset it or reduce it as well. And also making sure that we're very, very clear about what it is that we're doing and measuring it as well, so that we can show that step change moving forward. And also having an environmental management system which makes sure that we can say, this is what staffs are doing, this is where we're heading for, and this is how we can prove the benefit we're having, both in the environment and more widely.
Good, good, fantastic. So what can students and people at home do to make these changes, Helen?
As Trudy said, we can do it kind of at a local level. So one of the big ones I've mentioned before is behaviour change. So one thing to do really quickly is look at reducing what you produce in terms of waste. Can you reuse items, and then can you recycle it? So have a look at what you throw in your bin. Have a look at how many plastic bottles you get rid of every week. Can you reuse those? Can you stop buying those? Then we're also potentially look at low carbon options. I know during the moment we've all had a bit of we've had lockdown and people aren't travelling around as much or using their car. But how about you think about walking a bit more? How about using a bike a bit more? Those kind of reducing what we call your carbon emissions and your personal carbon footprint. But one of the big ones that I've mentioned before is behaviour change. You need to have a kind of take stock and look at what you do and the impact you have in your home and your local environment. But then, as we're going to discuss in a bit, how about we've gone very hard on recycling, but what about green infrastructure and making your garden a bit more wild? What kind of items do you grow? Can you put a bird box up? Can you do bird feeding to get kind of wildlife back into your garden? I know I've put quite a lot of bird feeders out at the moment and now have time to look at the birds that are coming into my garden that I didn't kind of have before. But it's also, what kind of changes do you want to make? Is there an issue which you think is really important to you? And how can you kind of change that just in your home? So one small step is all that's kind of needed at this moment to make a big change. So you need to find something that's important to you and how you can change it and make it better. But then there's also lots of things out there on the internet, on forums, on all social media about what other people have done. So it's kind of, what about that? Can you do it at home and someone else had that idea? Can you jump on with that as well? So you don't have to come up with the ideas yourself all the time. You can copy what someone else has done as well.
That's brilliant, and you'll be able to copy a lot of the ideas that are coming up later on in the show today.
Yeah,
so you can take on board some of the suggestions that we've made. Right then, ladies, shall we launch our competition?
Yes, please.
Okay, bear with me. Just have to get the computer to allow me to share the PowerPoint. There we go. Okay, so as Trudy and Helena were saying, there's lots of things that are good about our campus, but there's still things that we can do to make it much better. And we want you to help us to improve the wildlife at our university. So can you help us in this project? So we're launching a competition where you can help us to do just that. Okay, we want to increase the amount of wildlife that is able to live with us on the campus at Staffordshire University. So wildlife needs habitats. The more habitats that we have, the more wildlife we will get. So we want you to think about which habitats that you could put onto this map of the Stoke-on-Trent City campus. So you'll be able to access this map from the resources in our, from the competition folder in our resources area next week. So once you've done that, we want you to see about which habitats you think you could put into those areas on that map. So which habitats can you include? You can include rain gardens. These are little ponds that fill up with water. When it rains, they collect the water, and they are a fantastic place for plants, insects, and small mammals and amphibians to make their homes. You could include some more grassy areas. Now, grass is good, but grass can be better, particularly if we include wildflowers. So we can have a few wildflower meadows that will then attract the insects, the butterflies, the bees, and offer little places for small mammals to forage for food and make their home, and provide them with some shelter so they don't get eaten by the larger mammals and the birds of prey. You can always include trees. Trees are brilliant. We need more trees, the more the merrier as far as trees go, but we need to make sure they're the right sort of trees. We want native trees that are insects and small mammals and birds have adapted over hundreds of thousands of years to make their homes. We can include hedges. As I've said earlier, I'm a big fan of hedges. So we need to have those in our campus as well. Ponds, fantastic for wildlife, somewhere for them to drink. Some creatures need them for part of their life cycle. Some creatures need them for all of their life cycle, so they're a very important habitat to have. You can even include things like plant pots and planted arrangements, window boxes, for example. These provide an instant habitat and also can be put around and moved around for where we need to create these habitats in particular times or areas, and they can also look exceptionally pretty as well. So we can include log piles, fantastic habitat for some fungi, insects to make their home through the whole of their life cycle, but also somewhere for amphibians and small mammals to hibernate in or provide shelter for them when they just need that little bit of protection. Do green walls, so we can have things growing up the sides of our buildings. We can include green roofs to make use of that wasted space on the top of buildings as well. So there's plenty of things that we can include, but if we can include them together and have them all interconnected and linked together, we can have a better impact for the wildlife as well. We need to make sure we put them somewhere sensible. So think about, there's not much point putting a pond on a hill or at the top of a slope. It's much better at the bottom of the slope, for example. We've got to make sure that we can still get around the campus. So we can't have everywhere covered in grass and wildflower meadows. We need to think about where they put them, and these are what we want you to do before you submit your entries of those maps to our competition. Okay, so we need to make sure they're put somewhere sensible. We need to make sure that they are linked together so that creatures can move from one area to another, because not all creatures live in the pond for the whole of their life. They want to be able to move through the meadows and the hedges to get to those log piles, to be able to undertake the things that they need to do in winter and also the things that they need to do in summer. So yes, that would be very good. How do you enter? You need to download the map from our competition folder in the resources area and send your entries back, including your name, age and address, to greenerstaffs@staffs.ac.uk, or you can post them to me at the Science Centre, and the address is just up here. This PowerPoint will also be in the competition folder in the resources area, so you can find out all this information. So please do have a go at this. We really want you to help us with this. We hope to use all of your ideas as we go to improve our campus as well. So your ideas could actually be part of what you see the next time you come into the campus. That should be really good. So please do get involved and have a go at our competition, please. So do we have any further questions for Helen and Trudy? Do you have any questions, Helen and Trudy?
No, the only thing I'd say is the more ideas we can possibly get, the better we can make the campus. So please send those ideas in.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Helen. Thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Okay, have a great day, everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
we've learned a lot.
Bye.
Bye. So, hello again, and I would like to say a very big welcome to Kelly Hopkins, our very special guest, who is Secretary of Staffordshire Bat Group. She is going to talk to you about the bats of Staffordshire, the work that the Staffordshire Bat Group do, and how they can help and find bats local to you. Thank you, Kelly.
Hi, thank you for that introduction. It's great to meet you. So yeah, I'm part of Staffordshire Bat Group, and we have a big push really to try and educate people across Staffordshire all about how wonderful bats are. We do quite a few things as part of the Bat Group to try and promote that, which includes events like this, different walks and talks across the county, surveys, bat box checks, that kind of thing, and also care and rehab. And one of our main carers, Jane Rock, has kindly done some pre-videos for this event, and that I think hopefully we're going to try and show now if we can.
Yeah, pop those on in a moment.
Group is to look after injured bats that come into us from a variety of sources. This rather large bat is a noctule. She came into us nearly 4 weeks ago, very dehydrated. We think she'd possibly been caught by a bird of prey and dropped. She's now completely revived, as you can see, very lively, very noisy. She's trying to dive into the covers, which I shall let her do in a moment. And she's hopefully going to be going soon. We're just in the process of getting her up and flying. She's much bigger than bats we usually have. It's very unusual to have a noctule. We need to get her out as quick as we can because there's a possibility she could be expecting. And that's our noctule. So not the easiest of bats to handle, as you can see. You have to be a little bit careful because of the rather large teeth if she's cross. But she is an absolute beauty. This collection of bats are 4 youngsters that came from a roost last year. I've got one in my hand and there's another one under there somewhere. These all came, as I say, from one roost, The roost had been abandoned. They were all weak and not in a very good state at the time. One of them is extremely shouty, but the others are pretty good. These didn't get quite as good enough to go at the end of last year. And of course we've had this time of lockdown since the end of March, when we would normally be starting on serious flying practice, but we have just started doing that again, and they're doing quite well. They've overwintered in a sort of a semi-hibernation all together in a group, and so during the winter we've left them alone, apart from feeding them when they've needed it. Sometimes they don't feed very much at all over winter. And keeping an eye on them and checking them. So we would check them by doing weight, and then we'd just make sure that everything's okay with their wings, in the same way as we would if we were examining a bat that has just come into care, to make sure that everything is all right. They're all very fit and healthy, and doing quite well with the flying, so that is a job ongoing with these little chaps from last year. So as well as the new bat we've had in, and several others this year that have come into our care, including a good release last week of a whiskered bat, and our ones from last year, we also have a few what we term as long-termers. Now these bats are kept under a special licence if they cannot be released. This chap is from 2 years ago, came in as a juvenile from an area in Stoke. He appeared to be fine after a short period of time and TLC, but has never managed to fly particularly well, certainly not well enough to be released. So in the end, a decision is made to keep them as a long-termer, and their purpose within the group is to act as an education bat. So we use them when we go to talks and walks. Sometimes they go to various places to be part of training. And although our plan when we get bats into care is to ultimately release them, occasionally that isn't possible. And so when we go out, we can have somebody to hand for them to look at. It's necessary for the bats to be reasonably comfortable, obviously, in the hand. He's echolocating. You can see his head moving round at the moment. He's just scanning round. He's quite a wiggly chap once he gets going, and he's a bit surprised because he hasn't had a lot of outings lately. So this is one of our ones from the year before last, 2018. This chap came into care, and he will have to stay with us until the end of his days, as he wouldn't be able to fend for himself. This young man is another of our long-term bats, brown long-eared, who came to us in 2017. Was a youngster at that point, but not a brand new youngster, so he had been out and about in the world hunting and flying, but for some reason he couldn't fly. We worked on him all the following year without success, being able to manage a little bit of flight but not anything else. And so once again the decision was made to keep him in long-term captivity, which he has done amazingly well, and is, as you can see, delightful. And very excited now because he's got very warm, and he is going to be again with us, like the other pipistrelle I showed you, to say that he'll be a long-term captive until the end of his days. And you're not terribly impressed with being got out now on a hot afternoon, are you?
One, go.
Okay, Brill, I hope you all enjoyed watching those videos of bats in care there. So as I said before, there are quite a lot of other things that the bat group does, and that includes surveys at night, watching bats come out of buildings and going for walks and talks. And it's a great thing for families to get involved with, is going for walks when we're able to do that again. And we're hopeful that towards the end of the year, we will be running some more of our walks around the county, including at the Wildlife Trust at the Wosley Centre. So hopefully some of you guys can get involved in that if you're interested. And to get involved with that, then just go onto Facebook and find us as a bat group, Staffordshire Bat Group, or onto our website. And there's all sorts of other ways you can get involved with helping bats. And that's by doing things like planting night flowering plants in your garden, making sure there's loads of insects around for the bats, and also building bat boxes if you're interested in getting involved with wood and hammering some nails and things like that. And all those links will be available after this live stream as part of the Staffs Uni resources page. So yeah, there's loads of ways to get involved with bats, but the main thing, get out at night at sunset and just get looking and seeing how many wonderful bats you can see flying around outside in your garden and in your streets.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Helen. That's been absolutely. Thank you very much, Kelly. That's been absolutely fantastic. So we're now going to switch over to Staffordshire Wildlife Trust Amy Burrows, who's going to tell you all about what exciting things Staffordshire Wildlife Trust are doing and what you can do to get involved. Thank you very much, Kelly. Speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello there, my name's Amy and I work at Wildlife Trust. I'm a wild child officer, which means that I have pretty much the best job in the world. I get to spend pretty much all my time outdoors, building dens, making campfires, going bug hunting and pond dipping with families all across Staffordshire, and it's great fun really. With Staffordshire Wildlife Trust, we are the largest conservation charity in the county and we manage over 30 reserves for wildlife. Some of those reserves are as far north as the Roaches near Leek and as far down south as Highgate Common near Stourbridge as well, and a whole host of other reserves as well in between. The most common people know of is our headquarters at the Woseley Centre near Rugeley in Stafford, and also our other visitor centre which is at Westport Lake in Stoke. Now we don't just have nature reserves that we look after, we do a whole host of other different activities as part of the trust. We run campaigns for nature and wildlife, we run community groups and volunteering groups, we have work parties that come onto our reserves and help us do vital conservation work such as habitat restoration and things like that. We have lots of visitor centres, as I've said, and what I'm involved with in our people engagement department is we run a whole host of different family activities and events during the half-term holidays, and also lots of different toddler groups and after-school clubs during school time as well. And we also run education programmes at both of our visitor centres and also encourage children with their schools to come with us on school trips, and we do lots of different environmental education and forest school as well. But like most people, during this quite difficult and challenging time, we have had to adapt the way we do things. So at the minute, we are not running any of our traditional family events. So I've been desk bound, unfortunately. It's not as fun as being outside all the time, but we have been able to bring our family events into the virtual world. So instead of encouraging families to come to our nature reserves and our events to participate and stuff with us, we are encouraging people to get wild at home. It's our new campaign that we've got and it's launched onto our website, and what we're doing is we're encouraging families to sign up and you get a whole host of different activities and resources on there, from videos of us showing you what to do, activity sheets and downloads and different things and different campaigns and stuff you can get involved with as well while you're at home. And there's stuff for little ones all the way up to grown-ups as well, so I encourage you to check it out on Staffordshire Wildlife Trust website and have a look at that too. And more, thanks to Children in Need, who have provided us with some funding, we've been able to launch our Get Wild TV. This is on our platform on our family's Facebook page, and pretty much every day, maybe even twice a day, the people engagement team, we are filming lots of different activity videos for you to try and replicate whilst at home. So instead of us doing our activities with you, we're showing you what to do and letting you do it whilst you are at home. Now, some of those videos will follow shortly, so hopefully you'll be able to get a taste of it, and then hopefully you'll like it and sign up to our Facebook and carry on watching them whilst we're going through this challenging time. Now, That's not all we're doing though. Most of you who are familiar with Staffordshire Wildlife Trust will know that every June for the last couple of years we have had our 30 Days Wild campaign. Now that is a campaign where we want families, anybody in Staffordshire really, to sign up on our website to basically pledge to do something wild every single day in June. And it's a national effort across all the wildlife trusts. But we like to do things good in Staffordshire here. So by signing up, you'll get an activity pack with lots of different ideas and resources for you to do throughout the whole of June, and obviously send us in stuff that you're doing as well, because we like to see what people are up to, especially during this time. And we like to go one better, because this time in June, on the weekend of the 20th, we are doing our big weekend wildlife watch. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it's going to be really good. You can sign up to this extra bit of 30 Days Wild, where you will then be encouraged to sit in your garden or go to the local park and just record all the different species that you can see over the weekend. And by signing up, you'll get a spotter sheet with a different tick list and loads of different handy tips on what species that you can spot in Staffordshire as well. So I encourage you to check that out, and hopefully we'll all be able to be part of a really exciting time throughout June, especially if the weather's really good as well. What's more, all of this stuff has really been done thanks to funding, but as you know, during this challenging time, our visitor centres and our cafes and charity shops are currently shut, which means we need member support now more than ever. Therefore, if you've ever considered joining up as a member, we really need your help now. You can still sign up to be a member of Staffordshire Wildlife Trust through our website. And at the moment, families get a really exciting pack of loads of different activities. You get a Wildlife Watch magazine as well with loads of stuff to do. So if you are thinking about joining us, then please do, as we would really need your support during this challenging time. That's pretty much it from me, so I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. It sounds it's going to be absolutely exciting, and I hope that you enjoy watching the videos that we've produced for you as well, and hopefully see you on some of the Get Wild TV and Get Wild at Home sign-ups, and send us in what you've been doing as well, because we'd love to hear from you. Thank you, bye!
Welcome to Hanley Park, a green oasis in the heart of Stoke-on-Trent City. Hanley Park is a special place, and it is recognised as such by English Heritage, with a listing of Grade 2-star on its register of parks and gardens of special historic interest. At 24 hectares, it is one of the UK's largest Victorian public parks. It sits at the heart of North Staffordshire and the Potteries, located close to the University Quarter and just 5 minutes walk from the main railway station and 10 minutes walk from the main bus station and city centre. The park is perfectly placed for local users and public transport links. Hanley Park was opened in 1897. Preceded by the adjacent Caldon grounds in 1894. It was designed by the then emerging landscape architect Thomas H. Mawson as his first public park commission. Located in an area of pitch and pottery waste, it represented an attempt to improve the quality of life for ordinary local people amid poor living conditions. The same aspirations are just as relevant today, and thanks to support of the Heritage Lottery Fund and the City Council, the park has been restored as part of a £6 million comprehensive restoration scheme. Here we have the Hanley Park bandstand and the main pavilion. Such significant investment in enabling Hanley Park to re-establish itself as a successful, high-quality visitor attraction of regional importance, providing visitor facilities expected of a city park. The Comprehensive Improvement Scheme started in late 2016 and is very near completion. Currently, the park attracts 1 million visitors per year. We know this from information provided by gate counters that have been installed on most of the entrances to the park. The restored park is expected to attract at least 1.4 million visitors a year and will once again provide a hugely important cultural and social resource for the community of Stoke-on-Trent. The Hammersley Terracotta Fountain is one of the oldest features in the park and is located in the Cordon Grounds. It is the first of the features to be restored and is now in full working order, complete with 4 spitting dragons that have been expertly created from pictures of the original dragons that were lost many years ago. It opened in summer 2017 with Midlands Today coverage and was the first time in living memory that the fountain had been working. The terraced area was all laid out and planted in autumn 2018, and the first year of it in full bloom was last year in summer 2019. This now provides a lovely backdrop and is good for a whole range of butterflies and bees. A community hub is to be created in the former Bowls Pavilion in the centre of the park. The building will be transformed into a visitor information point, staff office and base volunteers. The visitor facilities in this area will be improved, an additional CCTV installed and the central core of the park regenerated. When the park was first designed and realised the canal was seen as an industrial eyesore, the designer Thomas Mawson wrote later about the park and canal. "I must have been a very young man when I agreed to convert this waste of pits, mounds and rubbish tips into a pleasant public park. It was a risky undertaking. The only redeeming feature of the site was its southern slope, but this was largely nullified by the fact that across the middle of the property was an exceptionally utilitarian canal at an awkward level, which carried an enormous amount of traffic for the local potteries and ironworks. In addition to this, along the eastern boundary were a number of potteries with numerous bottle-shaped kilns belching forth fume and smoke, poisoning the air and making the vegetation very difficult to establish, while on the south side, the outlook was over Stoke-on-Trent, generally lying in pottery mist. To detract from this perceived dirty walkway, an ornamental bridge was created over the canal. The canal bridge has been completely restored and once again provides an attractive and well-used park feature. Additional CCTV in this area will provide a safe and scenic place for passing canal boats to moor.
Hello and welcome back. This is Becky. She's a fabulous student who has just completed her degree here at Staffordshire University and has been researching into microplastics. She's going to share with you some of her experiences.
Hi, I'm Becky. I've just finished my degree, but I'm also involved in the microplastics research team at Staffordshire University. My primary area of research involves microbiology, but I'm also really interested in how we can reduce waste and plastic use and live a more sustainable life. So here's a video I recorded on A Much Nicer Day. Hi everyone, so today we're going to talk a little bit about plastic. We're going to talk about what plastic is, what problems it causes for the environment and what you can do to improve your plastic habits. So plastic is a solid artificial material made from oil and other chemicals. It's lightweight, resistant, and it can be clear, opaque or made in a range of colours. Plastic can be easily shaped, it can be flexible, or it can be as rigid as it needs to be. And because it's super versatile, it's used for so many things. There are many things that can be made from it, and a lot of objects that we use and consume in our daily lives are made from plastic. Some of them are only meant to be used once or twice and then usually are thrown away. And this includes items such as plastic bottles, carrier bags, disposable cups and cutlery, straws and many others. Packaging used for objects we use daily, and the foods we eat are often made of disposable plastic too that's thrown away after use. And there's even plastic present in some kind of things like wipes, face wipes, baby wipes. A lot of the clothes we wear and a lot of the items we use also produce microplastics, which are tiny fragments of plastic less than 5 millimetres. These can be fibres, they can be small fragments that have broken off larger objects, or they can be microbeads. And for example, synthetic fabrics produce a lot of fibres when they're made and when they're washed, and plastic litter slowly releases microplastics into the environment. So you've probably heard a lot more in the past couple of years in the media about how damaging plastic can actually be to the environment and to nature. So what is the problem exactly? So one of the main issues is how long plastic can last without breaking down. So a lot of the materials we use daily, such as paper or organic materials or food waste, breaks down naturally in the environment quite easily and causes no lasting damage and just disappears. But plastic, depending on the type, can last for tens or even hundreds of years, and some of them are thought to possibly just last forever. So that means if something ends up in the sea or in the forest or in nature, it will stay there for a really, really long time. And this is a problem because it means that the waste and the pollution and all the harm it can cause can last for years. So it won't just cause harm and then break down, it will stay there and it will keep doing damage. And during this time, it will also produce thousands of microplastic particles, which themselves can cause damage and release harmful chemicals. And this is thought to possibly be dangerous for plants and animals if it enters soil or water systems. So plastic can also harm the environment and animals and wildlife. Both sea animals and land animals can accidentally eat plastic, which can make them really ill, stop them from breathing, unfortunately, and often causes them to starve. They can also become trapped in plastic packaging. So for example, beer holders, McFlurry lids, Pringles tubes, they can become stuck in there or in netting and accidentally feed it to the babies. For example, 90% of seabirds are known to pick up pieces of coloured plastic and try to feed them to the babies. And many animals are hurt or they sadly die because of plastic pollution, and it affects animals all around the world, whether they are in the sea, in mountains, in the deserts. It's been found in all kinds of environments. And it's estimated that in the oceans across the world there are 5 trillion pieces of plastic currently, and that's not including microbeads. And around 700 species of marine animals alone are endangered by waste in the sea. So it isn't just animals in the environment that plastics can affect, it can cause damage to humans too, which is another reason it's really important for us to look at our habits when it comes to plastics. Plastics contain chemicals which, if they're absorbed into the human body, can leach out and be absorbed into our tissue, and that can cause health problems long term. They can be breathed in through dust or particles, or enter our food and drink through plastic containers and food packaging. Microplastics have also been found in human bodies. They can be breathed in because they're often airborne from the clothing industry and other manufacturing, or they can enter the body through the food chain. So as many fish in the ocean contain plastics that they've accidentally swallowed, if we then catch and eat those fish, then it ends up in our bodies too, and then that can cause further health problems. Scientists have also recently found that germs such as bacteria that can make you really ill can attach to the surface of these plastics. It's not yet known what the long-term impacts of this might be, but it's still a possible problem and another reason that we do need to look at how we deal with plastics. So you might be wondering, what can we on an individual or household level do in our daily lives just to improve our plastic habits? So one of the key ones obviously is recycling. A lot of plastic packaging is actually recyclable. So if you check on packaging, if it's recyclable, it will have on the bottom or somewhere on there, it will have a little recycling symbol. It'll also have a number in which will tell you the type of plastic that it is. But if the symbol's there, you can recycle it rather than put it in the bin and going to landfill. If you're unable to recycle anything, see if there's any other ways you can reuse them around the house. We'll come to that at the end of the video, a few ideas. But if you do have to throw them away, try and do what you can to make them as safe as possible for animals that might encounter them. So for example, beer holders, if you can snip them open so nothing will get trapped, open up packaging, make sure there's nothing that can get trapped in there. Many shops now, both mainstream shops and independent, are offering the option to bring your own containers from home or use refillable ones for dry goods, cleaning products, toiletries, where you can take a container and just pay for the goods you're using by weight rather than buying something in plastic packaging. And a lot of popular brands now are starting to offer refill options. So for example, this is just Carex soap. They do an eco refill, so once you buy this, you can buy one large container out of recycled packaging, and then that will fill this again 4 times over. So you don't need to buy another one of these, you just buy the pouch and you can just keep filling it up again and again. And some companies such as Lush and other brands offer recycling schemes where if you bring in a certain number of containers for them to recycle, they will give you a free product in return. So in terms of shopping habits, as well as looking for sustainable brands and minimal plastic packaging, try and bring your own reusable bags. Got this nice unicorn one. Just to avoid having to buy disposable plastic carrier bags, because they usually only get used a few times and they're definitely not as good quality and they often end up in landfills. So if you try and keep a couple of bags in your car at all times, these can be reused again and again. They're normally much better quality and you can use them if you ever need to take litter home or anything like that. They're sturdier. They're definitely just a better option for the environment. So a lot of the issues with pollution, waste and litter come from single-use plastics. So if you can choose reusable options where possible, there's loads of options out there now for items you can use again and again, and you won't have to buy and dispose of single-use plastics. You can take reusable water bottles everywhere instead of using single-use ones. You can get metal ones that are amazing for keeping your drinks hot or cold. And plastic ones tend to be BPA free, which means they don't contain the same harmful chemicals as single-use plastic bottles, so they're just better for your health as well. You can invest in reusable straws, coffee cups, that sort of thing. Some places offer discounts on your coffee if you use your own cup rather than using one of theirs. And even things like face wipes. You can use microfiber cloths instead. They're reusable, they're machine washable, they don't really release as many fibres and they don't contain plastics, and they're much gentler on your skin as well than a lot of wipes. So one of the key things that's actually been in social media and on the news a lot recently is to avoid littering. Leaving plastic waste in nature means it will most likely remain there for years and years and continue to damage the wildlife and the environment nearby. If you'll be taking anything with you anywhere that may create litter, either dispose of it in a bin when you're there or take it back with you. And many environmental groups often organise beach cleans or nature cleanups regularly in different areas where groups of volunteers go to collect litter. Obviously that's not possible at the moment, but it can be a really fun way to help the environment and to spend a free day when things are a little safer. So other ways we can improve our plastic habits. Many industries that use plastic produce a lot of waste through microfibers and waste of the actual product. So for example, fashion industries, that sort of thing, products get used very quickly and thrown away. And these have many other negative impacts on the environment through manufacturing. So reducing demand for these products by buying secondhand can be really beneficial. It can save you money and it helps the environment. Shop on sites like eBay, Depop, Shpock, Gumtree, all those kind of apps, or many other secondhand sales sites. Swap with friends and family, buy from vintage shops or charity shops. And you can also donate or sell your own products that you don't use anymore instead of throwing them away and adding them to landfills. This applies to many items, so clothing, I got this dress under your butt, toys, appliances, homeware, all can be donated or resold rather than just thrown away when they've still got plenty of use left. If you have any ready meal containers like these that aren't recyclable, they don't have the symbol, and you're not sure what to do with them, you can use them for loads of things around the house. You can use them to keep drawers tidy and store small things in. You can use them as paint trays if you're artistically inclined, or you can use them to grow your plants in. If you poke some holes in the bottom, rinse it out and fill them with soil, you can use them to start off your seedlings instead of buying new pots. So if you have any large water containers that you don't necessarily just want to get rid of, you can actually cut them in half and use them as a bit of a miniature greenhouse system for small plants. So it keeps condensation in, protects them from insects, and keeps the water in, and when the weather's dry. Around your home, and you can use it for craft activities too. So I just made these little planters for my pot plants at home. They're really cute, they're really easy to make, they're fun to make, and you can do them in any design you want. And as you can see from the images on screen, there's loads of other activities you can do with plastics at home. So I will put together some links for these activities in the instructions, and if you're interested, you can check those out. So thank you for watching. I hope you learned something about plastics and what we can do to improve our habits. I've put together a list of resources for all ages on plastic pollution, what the issues are and what we can do to help, as well as a list of instructions for the crafts I've mentioned and ways you can use plastics around your home and garden. Thank you.
Hello again, everybody. Next, we have the fantastic Sally McGill, who works at the university in finance. But outside of work, she enjoys arts and crafts, and Sally is going to talk about our recycling materials for crafting projects. Hello, Sally.
Hi. So we're going to do a project today, and if you've got the things that you needed to bring together, then we can start that now, and then I'll show you some other things that you can do maybe sort of later on. So we're going to make something, or we're going to start making something that looks a bit like this. So I've basically taken a t-shirt and I've added, you can see I've added these sort of like bows to it, and this is incredibly easy. So it's an old t-shirt, and all of these bits of ribbon are something which I already had sort of lying around. They came off like perfume boxes and boxes of chocolates and things. So you need to take your t-shirt or your vest or whatever you're working with and decide where you're going to start. And I started at the bottom because I took a bit of advice from Grace and Perry, which is always start on something that's less important. So don't start on the sort of the bit you're going to look at first. And what you need to do is to then take your fabric, and I've got a little one to sort of to demonstrate on so that you can see more easily what I'm going to do. And the only thing that we need to do is we take you'll grasp hold of your t-shirt, just make a little fold in it, and then take your scissors. And obviously, if you're a bit younger, you'll need to get some adult help with this. And you're going to make 2 cuts. And all you have to remember is 1/2 centimetre and 1 centimetre. So you're going to cut in by 1/2 centimetre, and then you're going to make a second cut 1 centimetre away. And that's then going to create on your t-shirt that effect. And if you can see, I'll just put my fingers against the hole so that you can see.
Oh, a bit high, that's it. Brilliant.
And then you're going to take your, if you've got ribbon or if you've got string. So if you've got ribbon, you need to cut your ribbon to 20 centimetres long. So about that length. And if you put a sort of like a sharp end on it, that makes it easier as well. So I've already cut a sharp end on that, so I'll just cut that again. So you've got a sort of like a pointy end on both ends, and also that makes it look nicer. And then you take it and you put it through the holes in the in your t-shirt. So just push it through. And the pointy end makes it easy to do that. Then pull it through the other through the other hole, so that they're now, so both ends are then sticking out to the front of your t-shirt. And then you tie a knot, and it's as simple as that. And then you just keep doing that all over the front of your t-shirt, or you could do it on a bag, or you could do it on a cushion, or you could do it on something else. If you've got wool, then, or string, then you need 50 centimeters, and you need to double it once and then double it again, and then you then feed that through instead. So you make your 2 cuts, so remember 1/2 centimeter, 1 centimeter, make your cuts and feed that through and tie that off, and then you'll need to cut off these ends where it's doubled over and just even that up, and then you'll get something that looks like that. So that's where I've done it with the wool, and that's string as well that I've done it with. Brilliant. So I'll just show you again what it looks like up close with the ribbon.
Fantastic.
So that's something that you can be getting on with while I tell you about something else as well that you might want to do later. So I don't buy kitchen paper towels because I think that they're a waste of money, and also they're not very good for the environment, because that sort of paper, because it's dirty, it'll end up in the rubbish that gets burnt rather than recycled. And that means that all of that carbon that's trapped in the paper gets released back into the environment, and that's not good for us. So I started using these cloths instead, these sort of like microfiber cloths, and these are obviously really good, really effective, but these are plastic. And as we know from the previous talk, what we don't want is plastic in the water stream and in our environment. But apparently every time you use these, a little bit of plastic comes off these, like the microplastics, and goes into the water stream. So I looked around for something else that I could use instead, and I had this idea that I could actually make cloths. So I actually knitted this from an old t-shirt. So what I did was I took really, really big knitting needles, which I'll show you. And these are, I've got the sort of like the Scandinavian type that are sort of joined together, but you can just use the sort of the normal like long type as well. And these are 15 centimeters. And what I did was I got a t-shirt and I cut off the bottom of the t-shirt. So I cut off the hem, and then I started basically just cutting round and round and round in circles, just cutting off a 1 centimeter strip all the way around. And you just keep doing that round and round and round the t-shirt. There are other ways of doing this, and if you go on YouTube, you'll see other ways of cutting these, but this is the way I found the easiest. So basically, as you keep cutting, obviously your t-shirt sort of starts to disappear. And what you'll find is that you'll probably, to make something like that, you'll need 1 t-shirt, and that will make that, because it's much, much thicker than the t-shirt, because obviously the t-shirt fabric rolls back on itself and it creates like a yarn, and it creates something that's quite thick. Now, there are lots of videos on YouTube about how you can learn to knit, but the thing about this is that this is a really easy project. You could do this in an afternoon, and even if you're not very good at knitting, it doesn't matter, because nobody's going to be looking at your stitching and saying, oh, well, that's a bit wonky and that's not very good, because the people are going to be looking at it and thinking, gosh, what a really good idea, you know, what a good way to make a cloth. I've just and when if it's snapped or something, so you need them about 1 centimeter wide. If it snaps or something, I've just tied it on, because it doesn't matter. It's a recycling project. It doesn't need to look perfect, and it's a really good way to learn to knit. It's also the t-shirt material that is also actually the most forgiving. So that's the one that's probably the easiest to use, because that's the stretchiest to get started. You can make them out of something else. So you could just use something like this, which is a piece of just very basic cotton, which I've had from another crafting project. And you then need to just cut strips, and you'll cut strips again about 1 centimeter wide. If they're too narrow, then they tend to break, and if they're too wide, then it just becomes just too difficult. So you have to have like big knitting needles, so 15 millimeters and a centimeter strip. And then that one has made something that looks like this, which has got this sort of like quite nice effect, and I think that would actually that could make like quite a nice jumper as well. But what I did with this one, because it's harder to knit with the fixed fabric, is I actually cast on the original stitches in string, because that was easier to then be able to put the fixed fabric onto it. And then the other thing you can do is you can also knit with denim. So if you take a pair of old jeans and you cut the legs off, so here's the rest of the leg, you'll end up with either a pair of shorts, or I'll show you what you can also do with the top part of the jeans as well if you want to do something else with them. And then again, you just start cutting round and round in circles, and you cut about 1 centimetre wide, and you make yourself a yarn. And then with that denim, you can then make this. So this is knitted denim. And again, I cast on with I'll put it closer. I cast on with the string again because it's easier, because denim's slightly harder to knit with. Now this is really quite thick, this fabric. So with the cotton, you could make a jumper or a bag or a scarf, but actually with this, you could make cushion covers. You could even make a rug with this, actually, because it's pretty substantial. You know, you could actually walk on that. And obviously, if you had different types of denim, obviously this is quite a dark denim. If you had lighter blues and darks and things, you do need a lot of fabric, obviously, to do this. As I said, the t-shirt made the one cloth, so obviously you'd have to sort of work out how much you would need. But if you had lots of offcuts of denim, you could then use the colours to sort of maybe sort of blend in with each other and make quite an interesting rug or something. And then finally, I'm going to show you that I took the top of the jeans, and what I did with it was I actually made it into a bag. So, and again, if you go on YouTube, you'll see there's lots of examples of this. So the bag has got, this is the front of the jeans, sort of like cut off at this level, and then with another piece of fabric put onto the bottom. And then on the back, you can see where the patch pockets were, and then I just put a patch on there, and then I put some fabric on the inside as well, so that you can then sort of like use it as a bag properly. And then I made some handles. But there are lots of different ways of doing that. I made this with a machine, and if you go onto YouTube, you'll see different ideas for doing it. You could hand sew this as well. You don't have to machine it. You could just hand sew it as well. So that's what you can do with the rest of your denim. So that's just some ideas of things that you could do with things that essentially are still lying around the house. Oh, and there's one more thing I have to say, which is that these cloths, the cotton ones, obviously the good thing about these is that is when you finish with them, because obviously you can wash them, and they dry out quite well because they've got this sort of open texture. But once you finish with them, you can either compost them, because this is cotton, or obviously you could put it into some sort of like rag recycling to make sure that it's then goes like sort of like, you know, back through the system again. So I think that's probably all from me today, Ellie.
Absolutely brilliant, Ellie. Some really good ideas there. So yeah, and really good use of some of the sustainable materials, because it is very important that we do reuse things like cotton and denim and t-shirts, because it takes such a lot of energy to produce them in the first place. So the more use we can get out of it, the better it is for the environment. So they were absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. That was brilliant, Sally. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right.
Now, Fran, I don't think we've got any audio on the presentation, so it might be that you just need to speak over it as it runs.
Oh. Would you like me to end and start again, Richard?
You can run it. I think if you just try and talk over it as you go in, then that'll be fine. Yeah, so we're not getting the audio. So if you just narrate it as it goes through, then that'll be great.
We will have an issue there, Richard, because I've got a video.
Right, okay. That could be a challenge. I'm not quite sure how to make that work from this end. When you shared your screen, have you got the share desktop audio checked?
I did indeed, yeah. Shall I try again?
Yes, please. Yeah, so we were guaranteed to have some technicals. We've had one or two behind the scenes already that I think we've managed to mostly hide.
Apologies.
So, no, it's absolutely fine.
Not a problem at all.
We have audio now.
Oh, okay.
Welcome, Fran.
Apologies for that, guys.
Fantastic.
Thank you for your involvement in the Great Green Gathering and welcome to EduCreate with me, Francesca Cornwall from Staffordshire University's Education Department. This session is an opportunity to make along with me or view for a tutorial and make along a little later. However you're using this session, the main thing is to have fun whilst doing something positive for our environment. Enjoy! For this activity, you will need a clean cardboard tube, such as a toilet roll tube, some peanut butter, smooth as best, as these bird feeders are most suited to small garden birds, such as wrens, tits, house martins and such like, and their little bills don't like large items to crack or carry. Also important to note is any household allergies. If this is the case, you can substitute peanut butter for lard, as this is a common suet base for pre-made bird feeds. You will also need some bird seed. Millet, flaked maize, sunflower seeds, peanuts or mixes will be fine. Again, simply be mindful of allergies. If you can use peanut butter and all types of seeds, this is fabulous because it provides a high-fat, high-calorie treat for birds. You will need some string. Stationary string or material is preferable to plastic-based strings for the obvious reasons. Scissors, but this activity can be completed without them, so small precious hands can stay safe, or alternatively ask an adult or older sibling for help. Kebab sticks, lollipop sticks or anything that can act as a perch for small birds if you wish to have this feature. Finally, a butter knife, but again it can be completed without, so don't worry if you're safeguarding small and precious hands. If there is anything in the list you simply can't get hold of, then all isn't lost. Just take a look at this bird feeder made by a prospective student in February. This was made entirely out of typical household recyclables. With a dash of imagination, it became a beautiful bird feeder, so you really can create a tasty treat with anything. As you gather some bits and pieces together, I'll just share a little something the older or adult audience may find of interest. Many of us are engaged in homeschooling at the moment, and activities such as making a bird feeder can directly link to the learning and curriculum in nurseries and schools. What you can see, there are examples of curricular targets for each age range that this activity maps to. So, if you want to share your creation with the school or nursery staff, I'm sure they'll be very pleased. For all ages, immersing in nature is a known nectar for us all, with positive impact on our mental health and motivation to look after the world we live. So hopefully this all inspires anybody of any age to get involved. So where did this all begin? Now, Hindu practice is believed to be the longest running form of wild bird feeding, and Christians took up this practice following New Testament of the Bible depicting God as a bird feeder. The British naturalist James Fisher wrote that the first person recorded as feeding wild birds was the 6th century monk St. Seraph of Fife, who tamed a pigeon by feeding it. During the harsh winter of 1890 to 1891 in the UK, national newspapers were asking people to put out food for birds. And since this point, the act of creating bird feeders has enabled plenty of research into bird categories, animal digestion, habitats, and impact on environment. It is particularly important to create bird feeders all year round in Britain, as food shortages can occur at any time. Now, during this time of year, it supports the growth and access to food of newly hatched baby birds and birds molting in the warm weather. So, if you're good and ready, here's what we're about to do. We will take the cardboard tube and use a knife or our hands, smear in the peanut butter all over our cardboard tube. We'll then roll the tube into the bird seed. We'll then thread the string through the toilet tube or through some little cut holes and create a little perch with skewers or lollipop sticks if we want to have this feature. We can then go ahead to hang it on a tree or fence or somewhere around the outside of our home to watch our feathered friends enjoy the feast. Okie dokie, so let's get started. Let's just have a little check of the resources then that I've got here. So we've got some clean cardboard tubes. I've got a couple of sizes, so you can see it doesn't really matter what it is that you're using. I've got some optional skewer sticks, but again, you haven't got to use these. These are just in case you want to create your birdies a little perch. Some scissors, but of course, if you've got those delicate fingers, you can get away without using them, then please do so, or get an adult or older sibling to help you. A butter knife, again, precious fingers, so do be careful. Some smooth peanut butter, crunchy is perfectly fine, but just remember our little birdie's bills don't particularly like large lumps, so just be conscious of what that looks like. A mixed feed, so this has got all sorts in, so be conscious of your allergies, of course, there. And some pre-cut wool here to act as the string. So first of all, then we want to take our tubes and we want to slather these nicely with lots and lots of peanut butter. So here we go. You can use a knife or you can use your fingers, however you feel most comfortable. Likelihood is I'm going to use a little bit of both, to be quite honest. So here we are, nice thick layer. Okie dokes. Getting it on nice and thick. Doesn't matter if it goes a little bit patchy. Our birdies aren't expecting pure consistency around the roll. They'll just be grateful to find absolutely anything there on that bush or that hedge, wherever it is that you're going to choose to hang yours. So that's that one. And let's do this tube as well. That's a nice good dollop there. Smoothing along as best that we can. There we go. Oh, I think this is the kind of tube that will require you to use your hands, folks. So like I say, if you're prepared to get messy, then I think that's a good idea to do so. Nice big thick layers. And there we go, not perfectly equal, but as we say, what birdie expects a perfectly equal homemade feeder? They're just grateful for anything, aren't they? So we'll put that to the side, and then here's where we'll start to roll it in. Plenty of bird seed. So this is where I'm going to certainly use my hands. Drizzle it over and smear it along. Rolly, rolly, roll. Let's just not quite get caught up in the wool just now. We're not ready for that yet. Nice, generous helpings. Rolly, rolly, roll. Now, peanut butter is particularly good because it's naturally sticky. Lard, you'll probably have to lather that up a little bit if you are using lard as an alternative. And as you can see, some of the smaller seeds in the millets actually stick a little bit better than the sunflower seeds do. So just be mindful of the resources that you are indeed using. That some things might require warming or some things might require a little bit more work. But as is, this looks grand, and I'm sure any garden friend will be quite happy to be receiving something like this. Okie doke. So there we are, two little bird feeders that can be hung out. Now, like I say, on this one, I think I quite fancy adding a little perch if I can find some holes for them. So let's have a little look, see if we can find some holes there. There we go, there's one. There's another. There's another. And there's another. They're a little bit loose, so I might even fill that with some more peanut butter a little later on. And now I'm going to add some string so these can be hung up. Now you can hang these up in a variety of ways. You can create some little holes, as I'd already done there, and you can feed it through. Or you can just feed it straight through your toilet roll and tie it at the top just there. There we go, look. Now if it is that you've got a flat space, so anybody with a courtyard that is enclosed with fences and walls, it might be handy to put 2 of these in, because then you can strap it up with a knot each side. So if you imagine having one of these and then another on that side, it can be strapped against the courtyard. So it doesn't matter how small your space is, you'll find some way or somehow of hanging these up. But there we go, there's one finished article for you. And here's another with some little perches. How easy is that? Fabulous. I hope you have enjoyed this activity and learned a little something too. I'd be really grateful if you could send any photographs of your completed creations to me, especially if you managed to capture our feather friends feasting on them. My email is viewable on the screen. Thanks for getting involved and enjoy the rest of the event. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, we're a group who would like to find out more about mammals in Staffordshire and beyond. We would normally meet every second Sunday throughout the year and carry out simple surveys to find out the distribution of mammals in the area. No experience is needed to join and there's no joining fee. Just come along and you can learn how to find mammals. We're always ready to teach you. The group managed to produce this atlas in 2007, showing the current distribution of the 42 species found in the county. You might already have heard about some of those from the Staffordshire Back Group. We need to find out about the other mammals and get ready for our second atlas. So why not come and join us? The biggest problem with most mammals is that they're more active at night, making them difficult to study. Although some are active in the day, we mostly look for field signs as a group so that individuals can use this knowledge to see them later. Even for those that you can see in the day, they can be hard to see at times. At the moment, close to your home, you should be able to see grey squirrels and rabbits during the daytime, and hedgehogs at night, if you're lucky. You might even have foxes come visit your garden. Similarly, both deer and hares are quite often seen during the day, although they are more active at night. We have 4 species of deer in Staffordshire, the fallow being the one you're most likely to see, then the red in more secluded areas, with the muntjac and the roe deer being harder to find as they're still really establishing their distribution. For many other species you will need to find out about where they are by looking for field signs. So you can either try to see the animal yourself or maybe set up a remote camera. We spend a lot of time looking for animal poo, a telltale sign of presence, and quite often found near a footprint or two. But you will need the right sort of mud or snow just to see these footprints clearly. Finding a nest might also help you, whether it be a molehill, a woven nest of harvest mice or dormice, or a burrow of sorts. Or there might be an actual purpose-built nest box. You might be lucky and just actually bump into a live mammal, or sadly see a dead one, which still shows that they're about. Sometimes you will use specialist equipment like bat detectors, or live captured traps, which we use for finding mice and voles and shrews before letting them go safe again. So you can see you'll need to become some sort of mammal detective. So why not come out with the group and learn more, or maybe use one of these useful guides. Just by looking at hazelnuts, you can identify 4 different species by the way they chew the nut. Top left is the bank vole, which leaves teeth marks on the cut rim only. Squirrels crack them open, leaving no teeth marks at all. Bottom right, wood mice leave their teeth marks on the cut rim and also on the outside of the shell, whilst dormice leave their teeth marks on the outside of the shell but leave a smooth cut rim. In Staffordshire, it's hard to find this kind of nut. The best starting point for field science is looking for a path or routeway through the vegetation. As can be seen here in the field, it's the straight line in the middle of the picture, or the well-trodden way seen in the short grass and through the frost. But remember, the path that we use, animals will use them too, so keep your eye out here. Having found a good path, it might be a good place to set up a remote camera. Trying to set up the camera so the animal walks towards you is better. I almost missed this badger. And here are the badger's footprints, with the distinctive 5 toes in a line, which shows the footprint in landscape being wider across the toes than the length of the foot. Note how they look different depending on the type of mud and whether or not you can see all of its toes. Footprints show up clearly in the snow. Here you can see a dog going to the right showing its claws, whilst the fox further down the page and going to the left hardly shows any at all. Totally different shapes of foot for 2 canines. Here are some roe deer footprints. The back foot's actually trodden on the print of the front one, makes it look quite unusual and not like you'd normally find in a book. You can see a pound coin next to it, which helps give scale. Although the oak leaves help, it's not a standard size. Other deer look similar to this, being either bigger or smaller depending on the species, which is why the coin can be quite useful. Here is some mud found underneath river bridges, which shows clearly the otter prints on the left. But on the right, the otter is only showing 4 toes, not the normal 5. Plus there are mink prints coming down the page, showing the size difference between the 2 animals. Bridges are also useful for finding otter droppings, known as spraints, which you can see here is really quite an exciting find. Having found the droppings, you now need to know the difference between otter and mink. It's all about smell, and sometimes the feel of fish bones between your fingers. Mink will really clear out your nasal passages, whereas otter smells quite nice. Quite often said like jasmine tea or new mown hay, but the bones inside do help give it away. Most animals use their poo as a signal to others about territory. And here's a badger which normally deposits theirs in a pit. You can tell what they've been eating by the consistency. And because it uses territorially, when several clans come together, you can get what's known as poo wars, where there's pit after pit after pit, all full of dung. A walk round your garden first thing in the morning, you might discover one of these small black cylinders. This is hedgehog poo. Normally smells quite strongly of ammonia when fresh, and quite often you can see the shiny bits of beetle carapace, that's wing cases, within the droppings. Trying to tell the difference between the different types of poo can be quite difficult, as most of it doesn't look the same as the diagrams you see in books. It's all about the size, the shape, what the animal's been eating, but most of all about the smell. In this slide, it's all fox droppings, identified by distinctive smell. But it does go to show that each deposit has its own story to tell. It could be fun being a mammal detective and finding out just where these animals are. It's even better to see them in the wild. Knowing where they are is important, as it helps make informed decisions on planning and conservation issues. so please pass on your records to others. You can download the free Mammal Mapper app for phones and tablets, or record your evidence on the Mammal Society webpage. All these records are then shared with the Staffordshire Ecological Records Centre, but the apps allow you to record anywhere in the UK and help produce the Atlas of Mammals of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which was published in March of this year. If you want to know more about the mammals of Staffordshire, then please get in contact, either on our webpage, www.staffordshiremammalgroup.org, or find us on Facebook. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please drop us a line.
Hello, welcome to the Great Green Gathering Make With Me Terrarium session. My name is Trish Darcy and today I'm going to show you how to make a terrarium. A terrarium is a glass container that contains plants and soil, and there are two types: an open terrarium, which is a terrarium without a lid, and a closed terrarium, as the name implies, is closed, so it's a sealed container or it's got a lid on top. And again, there's certain type of plants that are suitable to go into a closed terrarium. To begin with, let's look at what we need. So for our terrarium, we're going to need a suitable container, and that might be a glass jar or a mason jar or plastic container that you have around your home or your house. And I'm going to use, in this instance, an old fishbowl aquarium, so I'm going to recycle it to use it for our open terrarium. So let's look at the type of plants that we will need. So for open terrariums, you will need succulents or cacti plants. And I've chosen 3 succulent plants today that might best represent a dinosaur-themed environment. So I've chosen plants at different heights, different shades of green, different textures to create that environment. So we just put these over here to the side for now. We're also going to need some drainage stone. So this can be any type of stone. It can be pebble stone from your garden that you've washed and dried. It can be the old pebble stone that was with your aquarium. It can be a special type of stone that you can get in your garden centre. So I've chosen to use some white pebble stone today as our drainage for our dinosaur themed terrarium. We're also going to need some activated carbon or charcoal, and that's just to spread on top of the drainage stone, so to purify the air and the water in the terrarium. And you can get this in the aquarium section of a pet store or in any garden centre. So we just need a little sprinkling on that on top of our drainage stone. And next, on top of our drainage stone, will go our potting compost, our potting soil. And for cacti and succulent plants, there's a specific type of potting soil that will be suitable. And again, you can get this in most garden centres. So we'll add a couple of centimetres for our plants to go into. Put this here for now. And then finally, to finish off our dinosaur themed terrarium, we're going to decorate it with stones. So suitable stones that might represent rocks that were in this particular type of environment. And then we're going to add some dinosaur characters, some nice colourful dinosaur characters to finish off our dinosaur themed terrariums today. So to make our terrarium, we're going to take our plastic container or our fishbowl in this instance. We're just going to take the lid off and we're going to add our drainage stone at the bottom of our terrarium. So I'm going to take my white pebble stone and just tip that in. So we just need a small layer at the bottom for our drainage stone. And next I'm going to add our potting compost, so the special compost that's suitable for cacti and succulents. So we just take this here. So I just need a couple of centimetres of this potting compost. So I'm just going to scoop it in and we spread our compost around so we create a couple of centimetres deep for our potting plants. And I'm going to place each of my plants into the terrarium bowl. Just making a little well for your plants so they just pop out of the pot and into the terrarium. So we're just going to press and firm in. And then our final plant. And we'll just sit it down there into the terrarium. So we have our plants in our terrarium. And now we're going to add our stones and our dinosaur character. So I'm going to select a fossil type stone. So a stone that might represent a rock that would have been found around the time of dinosaurs. And I'm going to add this into our dinosaur themed environment. So he's going to move this around so you can see. I'm just going to place it here at the front. And then I'm going to add another type of stone just to represent maybe another type of rock that might have been found in this type of environment. So we're going to finish our dinosaur themed terrarium by adding some dinosaur characters. So I'm going to pick some dinosaur characters here. I'm going to add them. Get some different colored characters. So with terrariums, you can personalize them any way you wish. Okay, so I'm just moving my plant inside. So all the leaves are inside. Okay, so this is our dinosaur themed terrarium. So we're now going to make our closed terrarium. So we need a suitable container for our closed terrarium, such as a mason jar or a jam jar with a lid, or we can also use a plastic bottle. So we can cut it off about a quarter of the way up, and we can fill our terrarium, and then we can put the top part back on so it becomes sealed. Or we can use something like a pasta jar, which is what I'm going to use for our closed terrarium today. And the theme that we're going to use for our closed terrarium will be a fairy garden. So just move that over to the side for now. Similar to our closed terrarium, we're going to need some drainage stone on the bottom. And I'm also going to use this as decorative stone on the top to finish off our fairy garden. The plants that I'm going to use are different types of plants from what we use for our closed terrarium. So I'm going to use a photinia and a small spider plant. Ferns and mosses would also be suitable for our closed terrarium. So we'll move these over here. We will also need some activated charcoal or carbon to add to our drainage stone. And then finally, we're going to decorate our closed terrarium. So these are some things I've made earlier. So I made a moss path with pebble stones and some rosebud flowers on it to finish off and decorate it. We have a fairy here, so we're going to add her into the fairy garden. We also have a little fairy house, so a little mushroom fairy house. And then we have a little bottle with some glitter inside, which we can add to finish off our fairy garden. On the outside then we can also decorate our terrarium. So today I'm going to add a gold or bronze butterfly on the outside of our terrarium just to decorate it. So to make our closed terrarium then, we're just going to take the lid off first of all, and we're going to add some drainage stone as we did for our open terrarium. So I'm just going to add some spoons of drainage stone on the very bottom. So I'm going to use some coloured stones, some coloured mixed stone on the bottom for our drainage stone for the fairy garden. And we're going to use some of the white drainage stone as decorative stone to finish it off. So we just add a couple more spoons of that. Okay, so we've got our drainage stone on the bottom. We're now going to add our activated carbon or charcoal, and as I said, this is to purify the air and the water in the terrarium because the terrarium is sealed or closed. So we're just going to add a little bit of activated charcoal there. Next, we're going to add our compost. So we're just going to add a few centimeters of compost into our terrarium. So now I'm just going to make a little well as we did before for the open terrarium, and I'm going to add my plants in. So I'm going to take my first plant and put that in there. So depending on the size and the type of terrarium you have, you can choose the amount of plants that go into it, the height of those plants, what different variety of plants should go into it. So I'm just putting my photinia in here. So it's a nice contrast. I have a green and white on the spider plant, and I have a variegated red leaf on my photinia plant. So that's my two plants in now, and I've just make sure they're in securely. So next I'm going to add my moss path and create my fairy garden. Okay, so this is something simple that I made earlier using moss and pebble stone, and then finishing it off with some craft material. So we're just going to place this in between our two plants, like so, so that we have our moss path there. And then I'm going to add our fairy. So I'm going to put her right at the back. So I've just put the fairy on a lollipop stick so I can put her right down into the compost. So she's standing at the back of our terrarium beside the plant, like so, at the back of our moss path. I'm going to add in a little mushroom fairy house at the front of our path here. Okay, and then our fairy bottle. So this has got some glitter in it, and I'm just going to put this over here beside the plant at the front. And next I'm going to finish off with some of our white decorative stone. So this is just to finish off our fairy garden. I'm going to use my spoon here to put this in around the plants. I'm now going to put my lid on my terrarium. So I'm going to seal my terrarium. Like so. And I'm going to add my gold bronze butterfly to finish. So we've got our fairy garden. So thank you for joining with me today as part of the Great Green Gathering for our Make With Me terrarium session. I hope you enjoyed making our open terrarium with dinosaur themed garden and our closed terrarium with fairy garden and moss path. I hope it's given you lots of creative and fun ideas to make your own terrariums. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of the day's activities as part of the Great Green Gathering and Staffordshire University.
Welcome back, everybody. Next, we have Ryan Proctor from AirAware, and he's going to talk about his organisation, and he has a really cool task for you to do at home. Hello, Ryan.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, Ali. I work for Staffordshire County Council on a project to do with air quality. So what I'd like to do is just introduce you to this short video, which is an activity you can take part in if you're at school, if you're at home, and just measure the air quality around where you live or where you travel through, and just see what the pollution levels are like. Because the thing about air pollution is you can't really see it, you can't smell it, you can't touch it. Sometimes you can taste it, but it's not something that we think about all the time. But it is really, really important, and it can affect your health. So it's an experiment that everyone can do, everyone can get involved in. It's very simple, and you'll have a lot of fun doing it as well. If you're doing it as a classroom project in a school, then perhaps do one of these each. But if you're doing it at home, maybe do 3 or 4 and try different locations and see what levels of pollution that you get. And it'd be interesting to see what results you get as well. So if you want to share those with us later, you can do. So here's the video coming up, hopefully.
Hi there, my name's Ryan Proctor from Staffordshire County Council. Going to do a little experiment today. We're going to make some air pollution captures, just so we can see what air pollution looks like, and maybe see which areas around where we live or where we go to school are most polluted, and where we think that pollution might come from, so we can draw our own conclusions.
We're going to need some paper plates, as many as you're going to make your pollution catchers. We're going to use some pens, preferably coloured pens, so we can draw the design on our paper plates. We need a pencil, and that's just for poking a hole through the paper plate so we can put the string through. We're going to use some petroleum jelly, otherwise known as Vaseline, and we're going to use a roll of string, and we need to cut this string into length so we can thread them through the paper plate so we can hang them up later.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our paper plate and very carefully we're going to use a pencil and just push the pencil through the paper plate to make a hole, and we're going to make another hole about 6 centimetres apart, just so we can put the string through. I've already got a piece of string cut to length here. What we're going to do is push it through. And thread it through the other hole. And that means we can later tie that onto something so we can hang it up somewhere, which is really important. I do suggest you do this stage first, because the next stage can be a little bit messy and it might be a bit more difficult to push the pencil through afterwards. So all we're going to do then is draw a design on here. So for this particular one, we're thinking about air and air pollution, so I'm going to draw a cloud. So I'm going to draw a really simple cloud design. Might want to just put a little bit of colour on it. And because it's such a sunny day today, I'm just going to draw a little sun peeping out from behind the cloud. And some nice rays of sunshine. So there we are, really simple design. Going to do another one now. And again, I'm going to use the pencil just to push gently, a couple holes through there. You might want to get a responsible adult to help you do this bit, just so you don't poke yourself with a pencil. And again, we're going to thread the string through. So again, we can tie that onto something later on. Okay, for this one, I'm going to keep it really simple. Just going to do a smiley face. Okay, very simple design. I've already done another one here, which is a rainbow. And all I need to do now is put my string through that one. Make sure the loose ends of the string are at the back of the paper plate, not the front, because when we tie it up, we're going to tie it so that bit is pointing outwards. Okay. I've done 3 paper plates here. If you're at home at the moment and you're going to do this experiment around your home, you might want to do 3, just so we've got 3 different locations to do the experiment. If you're in school and you're doing it as a class, you might just want to do 1 each, and that'll be more than enough. You can have plenty to go around. So the next part of the experiment is the fun bit. This is where we get our fingers in the Vaseline, and what we're going to do, we're just going to rub the Vaseline on the plate, and we're going to try and just cover the plate but not where our design is. So we're going to go all around the edges of our design here and smear it on all over the plate, just around the edge of whatever picture it is that you've drawn. Go all over the plate like that. Make sure you go all the way around the edge. And that's our first one done. So we're then going to repeat that with the other 2 designs, and then we're going to go and hang them up. Now, we'll talk a little bit more later about where we're going to put them. But if say you're doing it around your school, you might want to put one at the front of the school next to the road, see what the pollution's like there. You might want to put one in the playground, and maybe one in the school. And in different areas around the school, or if it's your home, maybe one in your garden at the back of the house, one at the front of the house next to the road, and maybe one at the side of the house, and just compare what kind of results you get. So we're going to move location now. We're going to go hang these up in the garden, and then we'll come back and we'll see what results we get. So I'll catch you in a bit. Okay, so this is one of the pollution catchers we made earlier. We've just popped outside to put them up. It's going to stay out here for about 2 weeks, and then we're going to see what kind of results we get. This one's in the quieter side street next to the house. Okay, so this is the one on the busier road at the front of the house. We'll see if we get any difference in the result from the side of the house. Okay, so this is our third and final pollution catcher. We've put this one up in the garden away from the road, and it would be interesting to compare what kind of results we get from this pollution catcher and the ones that are positioned nearer the road. What do you think you're going to see? So we've hung out our pollution catchers. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you a couple that we hung out 2 weeks ago in the Stafford area. We hung out one next to a busy road, and we hung one in the side road next to the road, and let's see what we've got. So this is the one that went out on the main road, and as you can see, it's picked up a lot of dirt and dust, and that's what pollution looks like. It's very, very tiny particles that we don't normally see floating around in the air, but because the Vaseline is very sticky, these tiny particles have stuck to the Vaseline and they stayed there, so they can't get away. And that just shows what the pollution is like in that area, and this is what the plate's picked up in a couple of weeks. The one in the less busy road, as you can see, it hasn't picked up as much pollution, but it has picked up some pollution, and again, that is stuck to the plate. Now, I'll just show you those in comparison, and you might see something similar, but by all means, let us know. Send us an email, get in touch, let us know what you've found in your area, and if you've picked up any pollution on your pollution catchers. Go and have some fun, share it with your friends, get them to join in and see what kind of pollution you find. Thank you very much for listening.
Right, wasn't that fantastic? I hope you all try that at home. And next up, I'm very pleased to welcome Hugh Warwick, the spokesperson for the British Hedgehog Preservation Society, who's also an author and an ecologist. Hello, Hugh.
Hey, thank you. So let me just sort out technological bits and hopefully it will work. And forgive me if it doesn't. Thank you so much for inviting me along to this. I've just got to apologise in the first instance. I'm going to attempt to squidge an hour-long lecture into 20 minutes. So I'm just going to ask you to listen very fast. It's mainly because I was thinking, how much do I cut out to fit into the short slot? And I realised there's just too much about hedgehogs I need to say. So very roughly, hedgehogs, why we should worry and what we can do. Please do abuse social media and start harassing Hedgehog Hugh. I will get back to you when I've finished. I have been doing remarkably the same thing for a very long time. This is from almost 30 years ago, me cuddling hedgehogs whilst radio tracking them in Devon. And the reason I put that picture up is because I only found it very recently. And it amused me because my wife had just taken this photograph of me last year with a hedgehog about to be released into the wild. And it was just realizing that so little has actually changed in my life. I even wear the same color shirts. The only real dramatic difference is that my beard has started to go grey. So I have a whole host of work which I do surrounding hedgehogs. I should say I do other stuff too. It's just, I take photographs of weddings, but that's by the by. I do a whole bunch of work with hedgehogs. As Eleanor said, I'm a spokesperson for the British Hedgehog Preservation Society. I help run the Hedgehog Street campaign, more of which anon. I set up a petition on change.org a year and a bit ago, and I'm going to spend a little moment talking about that because this is something which is my sort of call to action, one of my calls to action from this event. Change.org got in touch because they understand the hedgehogs are good business. They know that the hedgehog will create a lot of interest. And they said, what do you want to have as a campaign which will ensure that hedgehogs return to their former glory? And I said, well, that's simple. Let's have a campaign which is calling for a dismantling of industrial capitalism and the replacing of that with something nicer. And they said no. And so we began a process of compromise. And in the end, we've reached the point that the petition, which is change.org/SaveOurHedgehogs, is calling on all new housing developments to come equipped with hedgehog highways, 13-centimetre holes in the fences to allow hedgehogs to move through the new developments. We're not going to go into the discussion now about whether those developments need to take place in the places in which they're being built, but it's something which is, if they're going to be built, let's at least have those hedgehog highways in place. It seems almost trivial as a call, but I was persuaded that it's worth doing because every time I do a petition update, everybody who signs the petition gets my message. And so they said, if you have 10,000 people signed up, yeah, how many people read my blog? This is fantastic. So I was very excited. When we got to 500,000 signatures on the petition, I began to realize this was getting out of control. I ended up having a meeting with the then housing minister. I ended up forcing a change in the national planning policy framework in July last year, just as everything was about to change. If you remember back in July last year, you probably thought that things weren't really going to get much worse. But then that priapic marshmallow moved into number 10 and everything's gone downhill since. But because of that hiatus, because of that moment of change, they managed to put in this change in the national planning policy framework so that all new housing developments have a guidance suggesting that these holes should be built. I also managed to persuade the fourth biggest housing developer in the country, Bovis Homes, that they should go hedgehog friendly too. They now have an absolute company-wide policy that they will put in hedgehog highways wherever they can. And so the thing continues. But unfortunately, the teeth from the legislation have long since been withdrawn. It's just guidance which is happening. And so I'm keeping the petition open until such time as we return to having an active and functioning government. And then I will put pressure on them again. But the delight of it is, I did a piece, and forgive me for this, but I don't earn much money at the moment. I did a piece for the Daily Mail about my tame robin, which I've got a lovely robin which I tamed, but so that's another story. And thanks to that, there was a sudden surge in numbers in my petition, and we are now so close to 750,000 signatures, nearly up at 750,000. So I'm hoping that all of you take a little moment to go off and sign my petition, and please, please do. It would be really good also to share it as widely as you can. As I say, I do other things. I write books. This is the advertising break in my short talk. If you are moved to want to support hedgehog work, there are plenty of ways of doing it, but one way you can do it is to go to the local library and borrow a book, or if they're closed, buy it. I've got a new book on hedgehogs coming out in August, hopefully, printers allowing. But as I say, there are other books by me out there too, not about hedgehogs. So why all this fuss about hedgehogs? Why all the work I put into it? Well, it's because of the simple fact that people love hedgehogs. People really deeply care about hedgehogs. Every time there's a vote or a poll, the hedgehog wins. Nation's favorite mammal, nation's favorite nature icon, the hedgehog wins always. And this means that we're then working with a species. I'm talking about a species which there is very little pushback against. I can start a conversation with people about a whole range of issues, from habitat fragmentation to the pollution of our agricultural landscape with agrochemicals, through to the way we build houses. I can begin those conversations through talking about hedgehogs. And this means that people will tend to listen. If I wanted to start those conversations and started talking about badgers or foxes or some invertebrate that people didn't care about, there's either going to be yuck factor or there's going to be a degree of a fight about it. But the hedgehog, it means that people will do stuff. They will listen to stuff. And when you help hedgehogs, you're helping a whole bunch of other species too. And so the reason we need to do this is because obviously we have the cutest animal on the planet. Though if you watch their behavior, you'll notice that is not always the case. They are in fact sometimes really quite grumpy. And having shared a bedroom with a hedgehog once for a couple of weeks, that's another story. They're also quite smelly. But we love them. As a nation, we love them. And I'm sure many of you out there have very fond moments and memories of times with hedgehogs. And the reason we need to worry about hedgehogs is because every time we survey the hedgehog population, we keep getting sort of scary figures. Now, I work with, as I say, the British Hedgehog Preservation Society, but also the People's Trust for Endangered Species. And every 2 or 3 years, we produce the State of Britain's Hedgehogs report. The next one is going to come out either at the end of this year, the beginning of next. But the 2018 report showed urban hedgehog population was down by about a third since the end of the last century, so since the year 2000. Rural populations down by a half. Now, within that, there's actually the good news, which is that the urban population seems to be leveling off. And that's where we've put most of our campaigning effort. But the scary bit is that the rural hedgehog populations are still absolutely in free fall in places. And so we have a really big issue about this. Now, what this actually, what are the actual numbers? We don't know. I noticed Yolo Williams on Springwatch a couple of nights ago saying in the 1950s there were 32 million hedgehogs. That's a guess. We don't have, that's not robust science. What we base it on is a whole bunch of surveys done, and citizen science surveys like the BTO work, the Living with Mammals survey, the Mammals on Road surveys. You can take part in these. Please get in touch with the People's Trust for Endangered Species to get more advice on it. These give us a measure over time. Hedgehogs are wonderful, but they haven't got any cleverer at crossing roads. So, there are all sorts of measures that we can use to do this. The Mammal Society did a survey. They reckoned it was about a 2/3 decline in hedgehogs since the mid-1990s. This sort of fits into the trajectory that we've been monitoring too. And so this means that when I use my guesswork, and I've done hundreds of talks around the country, and a lot of them to audiences which are a bit more mature. So there'll be the Women's Institutes or the University of the Third Age or gardening clubs. And I ask people then what their memories, what their recollection of time spent with hedgehogs is. And they will always, when you sort of dig down a little bit, they will always begin to realize quite how few hedgehogs they see now compared to historically. So from this, I extrapolate back and I argue that we've had between a 90 and 95% decline in hedgehogs since the end of the Second World War. This is the nation's favorite animal, and we've had a decline which is absolutely catastrophic. And we must put effort into trying to rectify that, but also knowing that by doing that for hedgehogs, we're doing it for a whole host of other species too. It's a really important species to be able to trigger good conservation returns. Now, you can't have a conversation about the rural hedgehog population decline without bringing in the most divisive of issues, which is badgers. Now, hedgehogs and badgers have an asymmetric intra-guild predatory relationship. I hope you're taking notes because there'll be questions at the end. And this is essentially two species that are competitors for the same food. They are competitors for macroinvertebrates, the worms, the bugs, the beetles, things like that. And when the wider ecosystem becomes degraded, their relationship shifts from being one of competition to one of predation. It is utterly incontrovertible now. We've got the papers published. Where you have an increased population of badgers, you have a decreased population of hedgehogs. However, it is ecologically illiterate to then call for the extermination of badgers as a conservation method. This is absolute nonsense, and I'm very, very strong on that. Likewise, with the badger lovers who tell me this can never happen, we know that this does happen. We have to try and enter into the conservation world using robust science, and also recognizing that if we find that we're wrong, we say that we're wrong. I used to think that the relationship between badgers and hedgehogs was not a population level concern, but actually it seriously is. However, we cannot blame badgers because we have transformed our landscape such that this relationship is far harder for them to manage. Now, you can also avoid the impact of roads. We estimate around 100,000 hedgehogs are killed on the roads each year. And there's a very crude estimate of somewhere less than 1 million hedgehogs in the country at the moment. So this is, again, of conservation concern. But as with the badger, hedgehogs are killed by badgers, hedgehogs are killed by cars, but also roads and badgers fragment the landscape. They chop it up into smaller and smaller pieces. And this is where we have a real area of concern. We're managing to create islands which are no longer big enough to support a viable population of hedgehogs. And really, the biggest problem that hedgehogs face is in our rural landscape, industrialized agriculture. Professor Goulson's work, published I think last year, showed that on average, industrialized crops use 17 different applications of different biocide each harvest. This is a whole bunch of chemicals which are being applied to fields which remove hedgehog food. And this has a massive consequence on the ability of hedgehogs to be able to thrive. And you don't need to dig very far into the scientific literature to start finding evidence of the insectageddon, or whatever it's being called at the moment, the loss of invertebrates out there. I will point you to, I know you need to read my books first, but Mike McCarthy wrote a fantastic book called Moth Snowstorm. And in that he talked about, well, the moth snowstorm, the thing you used to see on a summer's evening driving along country roads. When you would drive through a moth snowstorm, you'd have to clear the windscreen of dead insects. This doesn't happen anymore, not because the insects have got cleverer and not because of the aerodynamics of cars, but because the insects aren't there. In urban areas, habitat fragmentation is really key, and to understand that, you need this map. This picture here shows one 18-hole golf course in Surrey. A male hedgehog took 12 nights to play an entire round. But this is a 30-hectare site. And the data here, which was collected by Nigel Reeve, shows that on the whole, females have a home range of about 10 hectares, males about 30 hectares. Females will move about 1 kilometre a night, males about 2 kilometres a night. If you then stack all of this information together and do a viable population analysis, which we got Tom Morehouse to do, you find a viable population of hedgehogs in the best habitat, which this golf course represents pretty well. You need 90 hectares of unfragmented land to support a viable population of hedgehogs. And this is the problem in suburbia. Where can you find nearly a square kilometre of landscape not chopped up with busy roads, with fences, with walls, with canals, with railway lines, which will allow hedgehogs to move through it? And this is the reason why we launched a campaign called Hedgehog Street. Hedgehog Street, the collaboration has been running for nearly 10 years now. You can join up, it's all free, you get loads of really useful information. There's an app you can download to log your sightings of hedgehogs. Please become a hedgehog champion after you sign my petition, of course, and help to create a better world for hedgehogs. The first and most important thing is to make sure that the patch of land you've got access to, so if it's your garden, that's great, you make a hole for the hedgehogs to get in. 13 centimetres across is ideal, but if you can't work out what size to use, the best advice is to get a very angry hedgehog and a very strong catapult, and you fire it at the base of the fence and you get this wonderful pattern left behind. Walls can be dealt with. This is the village of Kirtlington, north of Oxford. They have done amazing work there, and they did a community-wide activity. I've been and lectured up there a few times, and they said, well, let's just do it. So they got a map of the village, worked out the minimum number of holes that were needed to be made to ensure a connectivity to allow hedgehogs to move through it. My friend Chris's garden, who organised all of this, his garden is 2.5 feet lower than his neighbour's. And so I asked him what he was going to do about it, and he said he was going to build a staircase. I laughed. He built a staircase. And the thing about this, which is so utterly delightful, is that it works. On the very first night the staircase was put there, a hedgehog came out through the hole at the top, paused at the top, looked around, and I like to think sashayed down the staircase. And if you, if the video, here we go, the video should work, you will spot that the hedgehogs can use it going both forwards and backwards. And you might also spot a design flaw right at the end as well. I have asked Chris to install a banister to avoid such embarrassing situations happening again in the future. So make your hole, leave a note so that people know what the hole is there for, and you will be on your way to helping hedgehogs. The very quick run around of other things to do. Don't be an idiot, but this audience, I think, is preaching to the choir. I don't need to tell you not to drop litter. Litter kills hedgehogs, it kills all sorts of wildlife. Hedgehogs can swim, but they can't swim forever. So if you have a steep-sided pond, shame on you, make it a wildlife-friendly pond. But if you have one like that, then put in a ramp so the hedgehogs can get out. Hedgehogs, if you want to make them the best hedgehog home ever, gather dried leaves together, surround it by twigs, put some bigger sticks around that, and obviously you're creating a bonfire. Just don't burn hedgehogs. If you're going to build a bonfire, do it on the night that or the day that you're actually going to burn it. And if you're going to be going around with strimmers and other mowing devices, please check where you're mowing first. We have a campaign at the Hedgehog Society asking for local councils to get their direct services team to actually, and we have stickers to apply to all the mowing gear, just asking them, run a foot along the hedgerow first, run a stick along the hedgerow first. Please don't go maiming hedgehogs. The hedgehog carers who I know and massively respect, they flood my social media sometimes with gruesome images, and a lot of them are caused by careless mowing. So please make sure these things, and actually, I don't know whether your university is part of the Hedgehog Friendly Campus scheme yet, but if it isn't, please check it out. It's a Hedgehog Society funded project started in Nottingham, and it's absolutely wonderful. And then if you're really lucky, you will end up with a bit of this around the place, a bit of hedgehog poo. It's not that size, depending on what device you're looking at this, about the size of your little finger, and often quite shiny because the exoskeletons of the insects they tend to eat don't get digested, and a really good indication that you've got a hedgehog there. And then because I'm going to rush through this, I'm left with this question. What have hedgehogs ever done for us? I've been confronted by the anthropocentric view of conservation on many an occasion, and it tends to generate quite a reaction from me of grumpiness, because actually life has got a right to live. We don't have a right to go and destroy it. We really, really don't. But what have hedgehogs ever done for us? Well, I will point out that the hedgehog is the most important creature on the planet. I think this has to be the best cover that was ever produced by a magazine ever when my first book came out. Save the hedgehog, save the world. Not only do I love that, but also if you notice, marginalized is Obama and me, Desmond Tutu Speaks, two of the most important people on the planet, being shoved to one side by my claims about the hedgehog. And the reason the hedgehog is so important, it's nothing to do with magic, it's nothing to do with any woo, it's to do with the fact that the hedgehog is covered in spines and it doesn't have a fight or flight response. So that when you get close to a hedgehog, it's going to frown at you. It'll wrinkle its forehead, bring all the spines forward over its face, and then if it's really scared, it'll roll up into a ball, and then it will unroll, and you get a moment of being nose to nose with this amazing creature. And what this did, it was actually the writing of an American scientist and author called Stephen Jay Gould, and he wrote and said that with regards to conservation, we will not fight to save what we do not love. This is really important. No revolution has ever been born off the back of liking. So suspicious I am of social media, which encourages us to like things. We need to love things, otherwise we remain half-hearted. So we need to fall in love with the natural world, but that's very difficult to do because it's a very big and nebulous concept. So we need to find a way in. Now, the wildlife and conservation charities, they'll often rely on the overtly seductive things like the charismatic megafauna, the lions and the tigers, the whales and the dolphins. But this, it dawns on me, is a bit like relying on Heat magazine to form a good idea of human relationships. You know, I'm as likely to get nose to nose with a breaching humpback whale as I am with Angelina Jolie or whoever is top of the list these days, showing my age probably. In the end, if we're lucky, we're going to fall in love with the girl or the boy next door. And the hedgehog is the animal equivalent. It's the one we actually have a chance of getting nose to nose with, not through anything magic, but just because it doesn't have a fight or flight response. And if we're calm and if we're quiet, we can look into the eyes of this amazing, fantastic predator, which is just so startling and beautiful. And maybe, just maybe, we will cross over that fine line between liking nature and loving it. And then, well, that's where the revolution starts. So thank you so very much for listening as fast as I could speak to all of this. I'll try and get Eleanor back in play and stop sharing the screen. And there we go. I did it in 20 minutes.
Fantastic. That was really good, Hugh. Thank you very much.
That's an absolute pleasure.
Yes, we'll have to get you on campus and check out whether we are hedgehog friendly.
Do you have any idea about the hedgehog friendly campus campaign?
No.
Okay, that's really what Joe who runs it's absolutely amazing. And she's been working around universities of the UK trying to get them signed up to it, because I don't know about your campus, but many university campuses have got large areas of land which are managed, and you manage it for hedgehogs. You don't need to. So it's a really, really useful way of trying to create a good change.
Yeah, brilliant. We'll definitely be in touch about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Okay, so next up we have Bailey Jennings. He is our new fantastic PhD student within the Urban Environment Research Group. Okay. Welcome back everybody, and welcome to Bailey, our fantastic PhD student. We are very excited about Bailey's project, and it's all about how we can help small mammals in our urban areas. Okay, Bailey, do you want to tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, I'm going to be researching alongside Ali in managing styles for our small mammals in our urban green spaces, such as our parks, and how we can increase our small mammal diversity and population numbers. And so I've just put together a small video to just say how we can help our small mammals, mainly concerning hedgehogs, and that's going to follow up next.
Welcome to the Great Green Gathering, hosted by Staffordshire University. My name is Bailey Jennings, and I'm going to be talking to you today about small mammals. Now, as part of my research for my PhD, I am going to be looking at small mammals and management and how the different management styles affect them in urban green spaces. So, to start, small mammals are so important for the environment. And what I mean by this is that they are a keystone species. Now, a keystone species is a small part of the ecosystem which provides such a disproportionately large effect to the surrounding environment. Now, small mammals do this in various ways, such as through seed dispersal. This helps massively with habitat regeneration, forest regeneration, and they are also great pollinators. Small mammals provide such a great diet for our larger predators, such as our foxes, our birds of prey, and concerning hedgehogs in particular, our badgers. I will be talking today mainly about hedgehogs, and there's a reason for this. Hedgehogs are in such a dramatic decline. Since the 1950s, we have lost over 34 million hedgehogs, reducing their numbers today down to around 4% of their previous natural populations. Now, the hedgehog is so important because it's considered an indicator species. Now, an indicator species basically tells us how good the surrounding environments and the habitats and the ecosystems in which they are living in, how healthy and sustainable this environment is. Now, hedgehogs have a main diet on feeding on invertebrates in the soil. Now, in areas where there are large invertebrates, there is highly likely to be a large amount of hedgehogs and small mammals. This shows us that the habitat is actually a good quality habitat. It's a sustainable habitat because it shows that it's got the insects living there, it's got the plants to support the invertebrates living there. The invertebrates are supporting the small mammal populations such as the hedgehogs, which in turn will support our predators. Now, there are many reasons as to why hedgehogs have declined so massively over the last 70 years, whether it be large use of pesticides, open farm fields providing no cover for travel, or our own gardens. We usually go to our gardens and we look to build aesthetically pleasing gardens. Now, this isn't great for our small mammal populations, and I'll tell you why. It's because of this lack of cover. The aesthetics generally lead to a lack of invertebrates in the area. It's hard for the hedgehogs to get between gardens when we have brick walls in places and no gaps in our fences, no hedges for them to nest in. And we can help these hedgehogs. Hedgehogs need to walk roughly 1 to 2 miles a day in order to feed and in order to mate. Now, as you can imagine, in a large open field, due to intensive farming, this isn't adequate at all. This provides a massive advantage to the predators of the hedgehog, as they will be always out in open space and easily spottable. The insecticides in which the farmers use, in which we use in our gardens, such as slug pellets, will poison the animals. It takes away their main food source, which is the invertebrates, and the whole ecosystem, as a result, could collapse. It has a knock-on effect. We kill the invertebrates, that removes the hedgehogs, could remove the predators, and as you can see, it's not great. So as you can see, hedgehogs play such an integral role within the environment by telling us just how healthy that environment is. And now, what we can deduce from the mass decline in hedgehog populations is that, along with this, the environment too could be suffering. So, we as humans can help hedgehogs survive alongside us by just making some small adaptations to our lifestyles. One of the easiest and simplest first steps you can take to help our small mammal populations and hedgehogs is to just leave a small portion of your garden to grow naturally, as it would in the wild. Now this can have a great knock-on effect of attracting the invertebrates, attracting the hedgehogs, and therefore helping us to bump up those population numbers. Another way you could do it is to collect dead wood, such as branches, twigs, anything like that that could provide potential cover for these animals, which could start to encourage them to using your gardens as well. Now, if you were to encourage hedgehogs into your garden, it's a great idea to provide hedgehog highways. Hedgehog highways are wildlife corridors which allow the hedgehog to walk those 1 to 2 miles each and every day in order to find food and to mate. Now, all you have to do this is to speak with a neighbour, get them to speak with their neighbours, and in turn they could speak with their neighbours, the next neighbour and the next neighbour, just to provide a gap between your back garden and their back garden. And this will allow the hedgehog's habitats to become more and more and more connected, allowing it to walk those further distances in order to help it to survive. You could go a step further than that, and this would really bolster the chances of attracting hedgehogs into your garden and helping them to survive, is to provide plants. Planting hedge type plants, brambles and native species to the UK will all help to provide cover for these animals. Further than that is which what I'll show you within a presentation is how to make a hedgehog house artificially, step by step. And we can all try and do this and come together and hopefully bolster our small mammal populations once again.
Welcome back and welcome to Brad. He has recently submitted his final assessments for his degree here at Staffordshire University. Is going down to do great things. He's going to talk to you a little bit about his garden and how he can make it a little bit more wildlife friendly.
Thank you for that warm introduction, Eleanor. Yes, so my sort of role here is how you guys at home can get really sort of enthusiastic about how you can bring wildlife into your garden. It's really simple. Just basic stuff around your household to really sort of build a nice home for the wildlife in your garden. And if you build the house, they will, of course, come. No home, no wildlife, as simple as that.
Okay, I'll start the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, my face is so big on there. So, yeah, the picture on the left is a picture of me. So as Eleanor said, I've recently submitted my Staffordshire University dissertation, and it was actually on frogs. So I was genetically analysing the frogs, and the picture of the left is me with a huge copan tree frog. So a bit of an agenda about this talk. So we're going to be discussing the good and bad features of a frog-friendly wildlife pond. I have created a personal video of my own garden of what my pond has, and not necessarily that's the perfect pond, but what features in that pond are both good and bad to introduce frogs into your garden. We're going to discuss them features on a really simple green and red basis, good and bad, and then how you can build a frog wildlife pond at home. And I've also produced some examples from online sources like the RSPB and places like that. So on the left is actually a glass frog that was taken a personal picture from Honduras. So what features do you think frogs like in their home? So just have a quick think with like the people around you, or pen and paper. Just write down what features you think a frog would like. So as we know, frogs are amphibious. So we have a frog that would like to be on land and as well as water. So the water feature is really vital. So frogs not only deposit their frog spawn into the water, but they also actually drink through their skin as well. So water is one vital feature. So if we could play the video, and I'll go a bit quieter, and you can have a look through the video and see what you think. So as I said, this pond isn't the perfect pond. There are some features that are bad for frogs and some features that are good. So I want you guys at home to have a think. In my pond, what is good and what is bad? So instead of just thinking about the water, the actual body of water, have a look what's around. So we've got rocks, we've got plants, we've got trees, vegetation, soil. Have a think how that could be incorporated into a perfect frog wildlife pond. And just touching on from the previous presentations from Bailey and Hugh, I also have hedgehog homes in my garden. I have two, and they're actually currently occupied by a male and female hedgehog, and they live in separate homes. So as the movie pans around to the right hand side, we can actually see both of them homes. Here's number one. And here's number two. So what's great about my garden is it's absolutely full of wildlife. There's things we like and things we don't like, but we have to be friendly to them all. There's squirrels, there's birds, there's fish. We do sometimes have frogs coming in and out. They can be a predator to hedgehogs. Hedgehogs can be a predator to frogs. So it's teeming of life all the time. But unfortunately, we don't have frogs in our pond. And I hope you've understood why from the reasons we're going to discuss now. So if we go to the next slide, please. So what features do you think frogs like in their home? So the first one we discussed is water. So as I said, frogs don't drink through their mouths. They absorb the moisture in their bodies from sitting in the water. So if you saw in my pond, there was a really deep part and there was quite a shallow part with a ramp. That's really important for amphibious, for frogs to sit in the water, not only to lay their eggs, their frog spawn, which you see in like local ponds, and they produce tadpoles. We have like crevices. So the body of water for a frog doesn't have to just be a deep, steep body of water. It has to have varying levels to allow frogs to get in and as well to get out. So touching on that point about crevices and layers, we have shelter. So these frogs are obviously a good food source for other animals. So we need to have good shelter. And that's not just like two rocks put together. It could be like an overturned plant pot. That's a really common shelter for some frogs. But in my pond, we don't have that. But if you remove the fish, I imagine some frogs would be interested. So touching on plants, we had vegetation going over the pond, which was great because it invites a lot of insects. So these insects are a really good food source for frogs. And as you can see in the bottom right hand corner, frogs and toads can eat up to 100 insects a day, which is a great food source. So these plants aren't only shelter, but they're also a great food source because it invites insects. On that point, we have predators. So as I said, a lot of things like to eat frogs, which you don't want in your house. You don't want to be looking out for your frog and something's attacking it. So we need really good shelter. And this can be in the form of rocks, plants, and overturned plant pots, like I said. Also, can I please stress to be careful? This is still a body of water that's in your garden. It can be dangerous. We don't know how deep it can be. We don't know if we have young kids. We could have dogs going out. Please have a think before you want to go out and just build your perfect prog wildlife pond. You really have to think about what you're doing before you attempt it, because you want it to be right, don't you? You don't want to build something and and it not work effectively. And please wash your hands. I know you've probably been told a lot, but please remain washing your hands when you're going out and coming back in. It's a really important feature. But most of all, have fun. Please do have fun with this. It'd be great to see you guys build a home for your frogs and send some pictures in. It'd be great if you could go out with the flashlight at night and send some pictures and try and identify them. Go online and have a look and say what frogs are in my garden. It'd be really good. And final slide, please. So using the features we've discussed, I've included 4 different frog wildlife ponds here, each with different features. They're all unique, but they all incorporate the features we've discussed. So we've got in the top left-hand corner, we have got an overturned plant pot, which is great. It's really good for harvesting damp, wet environments for frogs, which they love. We've got shallow water in the top left with some wood, and we've got plants that's really good for frogs to deposit frog spawn. In the right-hand corner, we've got an old. It looks like a sink, but the same principle applies. We've got logs helping the frogs get in and out. We've got plants. We've got shelter, and the same two a lot prettier. I think the bottom left one's a great frog home. I'd certainly like to live in there. So yeah, guys, I really want to sort of understand what makes a frog home. It's really simple. You guys at home can do it with like washing up bowls. Like the girls have said with the plastic containers from Chinese's, use everything you can because these frogs aren't picky, but if you build these homes, I can assure you they will come. Thank you very much for listening, and if you've got any questions, please put them in the chat box, and thank you for watching the Great Green Gathering. Cheers, guys.
Hello, welcome back everybody. It's my turn now, and I'm going to talk to you about how we can create a wildlife friendly hedge and the importance that has for small mammals, birds and invertebrates. So I'm just going to share with you a little presentation, and I'm going to use in this presentation some images from storybooks that I was read when I was younger than you were probably, and you may have been read these when you were younger too. These books are going to help me to explain what makes a good hedge for wildlife. So, a good hedge is a wonderful habitat for a wide range of species. In the countryside, hedgerows are one of the most important habitats that wildlife has, and we used to have a lot of these, but we don't have quite so many, and not usually managed as well as they could be. They support a wide range of insects, including bees and butterflies, who eat the nectar from and pollinate the flowers in the hedge and the plants around the hedge. The caterpillars feed on the leaves, and the bees nest in the holes at the base of hedges. Birds nest and shelter in the hedges. Small mammals scurry around the base and climb in the branches, hidden from things that may eat them, and they can forage there for food. Frogs shelter in the cool hedge bottoms, in holes under the leaves, rocks and rocks. Squirrels scamper up into the trees and back down as they collect nuts and berries. Beetles run along the base of the hedge, some eating plant roots, others eating smaller insects. Ants collect food and scamper back into their holes. But what is it that makes a hedge such a great place for all those species to live? Is it because there's a range of plants flowering throughout the year, with bluebells and evening primrose providing food and nectar in the spring, fattening up the insects to feed the birds? Or is it the buttercups and speedwell in the summer, with the hedge bottoms providing holes, branches and shady areas to shelter in from the hot sun? Or the buttercups and Is it the toadstools and mushrooms at the bases, or the blackberries from the brambles that ripen in the autumn? The apples, berries and nuts on the hedgerow trees to help creatures fatten up before winter, or the haws on the hawthorn providing food until the late winter months? Is it when the rest of the landscape is bleak and cold in the winter? There's still plenty of places to shelter in the holes, branches and under logs and stones. Or is it all of these things that make a good hedge? However, most of the hedges that we see in our towns and cities nowadays, and those in our gardens, probably look a little bit more like this. This is still a good habitat for some species, but we can make it better, especially if we don't cut it when the birds are nesting. So, let's build a better hedge. When birds are feeding their young, they need a lot of protein, which usually comes from insects. So let's see if we can help provide great habitats and food for insects too. Small mammals are very important too. They tell us whether our habitats are healthy and whether they feed larger animals and birds of prey like owls and kestrels. Let's allow our hedge to grow more and flower. This one is flowering, however, they are not hawthorn flowers on this hedge, I do know that, but this is what I have to work with. Okay. We will give the birds some time, if we don't cut it and we allow it to flower, we give the birds the time to nest and support their young. We need to stop cutting them so severely all the time, and we certainly need to stop cutting them in bird nesting season. Why do we feel the need to make a hedge a complete rectangle? Do the neighbours actually really care? Can we let them have a few more centimetres in the summer months so that they can provide hiding holes and perching branches for birds and insects? If a bird has eggs in the nest and we cut it, it won't be able to get back into the hedge to incubate those nests, and the eggs will get cold and perish. If the birds can't get back to feed their chicks because of all the disturbance we're causing while we're cutting the hedge, then they may also perish too. Wider, taller hedges provide a larger habitat and also a lot more variety in the habitats that are in it, in the smaller habitats too. A lumpy, bumpy hedge provides different types of habitat along its length, which means it can provide for lots of different species. If we let a hedge flower, then it can produce berries. These berries can feed insects and birds and small mammals and add great colour to your autumn garden as well. If we let brambles and other climbers such as honeysuckle grow through it, then they will also produce more food in the flowers for insects and more fruit and berries, so we can feed insects at all different types of year. If we have a different range of plants growing through it, the flowers will all flower at a different time and the berries will all appear at different times, so we get that food source all the way through the year. We can place logs and stones at the base of the hedge and make holes for animals to shelter in. Toads and frogs can hibernate in the winter, and creatures can shelter here in the hot summer months, and bees can make their nests in the holes under the hedge. These are called biodiverse hedge bottoms, and they can offer many places for species to live. Even mushrooms and toadstools can grow on the logs and on the moist, cool ground. Let's allow the grass to grow a bit next to the hedge so that insects and small mammals can search for food and stay hidden. If they can be hidden in the grass, they can stray further from the hedge bases and find more food and have more mammals surviving. If we can plant flowering plants like bluebells and evening primrose for insects to eat, then we can provide food for birds so they can feed their chicks. They really do make a difference, especially if you want to have bees and butterflies. We need to plant summer flowering plants too to keep that source of food throughout the year, such as daisies and foxgloves. Have you ever seen a bumblebee trying to get into the tube of a foxglove flower? It's really, really nice thing to see. And dandelions especially provide a brilliant source of seeds when they go into the dandelion puffs for the species such as goldfinches to eat as well. Hedges that have trees in or next to them support many more species as they provide sheltered areas for hedges, above the hedge and high places for birds to sit and look for food. There are places for bats and small mammals to live, and they can also provide food as well for insects, birds, small mammals who can eat the fruits, leaves and nuts. If we have native species, then they can provide the right sort of food for the right sort of habitats for the species that live here and that have developed to grow alongside those. And doesn't it look pretty? So that's some simple things that you can do to improve the hedges in your garden. Just allow a little bit more space for that hedge and allow those flowers and those plants and those berries to ripen so that we can provide food for a wide range of species. So, as I mentioned earlier, hedges are one of my passions, and our research is looking into those as well as many other things. We are part of the Urban Environment Research Group, and the aim of this group is to increase, me and my team are part of the Urban Environment Research Group. We are looking to provide evidence of how we can improve urban areas like towns and cities, and are working on a few projects that will allow us to do this. Our aims are to increase the quantity of green spaces within the city, and also increase the different types of green habitat, and also and improve the quality. We want to improve the quality of these green spaces in terms of what they can provide for wildlife aesthetics and ecosystem services, which means that they can give to us, such as pollution capture, reduction in flooding, experiences of nature, green routes to school and work, and improvements in our health and well-being. We have two main projects starting at the moment, and I would like to reintroduce Bailey to you to tell us all about his project.
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking at our small mammals and the different managing styles that we use in our urban green spaces, such as our public parks, and looking at the impacts of leaving wilder areas to grow against the more aesthetically pleasing areas, so constant mowing of grass and stuff like that, and how this actually impacts the diversity and the numbers that we get in our urban parks. And it's going to be hopefully going to help us to put forward some ideas on how we should be managing our urban green spaces better for our wildlife.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, Bailey. The second project I would like to talk to you about is the Biodiverse Hedge programme, where we want to include biodiverse hedge verges to improve the streets of Stoke-on-Trent. We have done previous research that tells us what I have just told you about how we can make a hedge better for wildlife. But are these wild hedges with wildflowers and trees acceptable to people that live in an urban environment, or do they prefer more traditional rectangular hedges? To find this out, we need to ask people what they think and involve local groups of people in designing the plans of how to plant and manage these hedges and what we want to plant alongside them. Therefore, we need your help, because we want you to please let us know if you'll be willing to join into one of our focus groups and share your opinion with us about how to help us get it right for both people and wildlife, because it's very important in our urban areas that we get that balance right. So at the end of the programme, we'll be explaining how you can get in touch, and this is one of the things that we would like you to get involved in. So if you're willing and want more information, please let us know in the chat alongside the YouTube channel. Okay, that's very good, and thank you very much for listening to me about hedges. And next up, we have another wonderful video and a guest for you. So stay right where you are, as we're going to speak to, Ian Davies has got a fantastic video about how you can increase wildlife in your garden. It's also a make with me, so have your bits and pieces ready. Okay, thank you very much.
and welcome to the Great Green Gathering. Now I'm a biomedical scientist, so normally I spend my time in a lab wearing a lab coat indoors doing tests and things, so it's really great to be outside exploring nature and having a bit of fun and getting some fresh air while we're doing it. So what we're going to be doing is looking at how we can welcome wildlife into our garden and get the benefits of all of that. So before we do, we're just out on a walk at the moment and we need to pick up a few sticks, so we'll do that and then we'll see you back at home and we'll get making some stuff. Okay. So we've got our sticks, we might see a few more on the way back, but we'll head back to the house. So we're back after our walk and we've got our sticks, so while we set up ready to make the butterfly feeder, let's have a little look around our garden to see what we do to encourage the wildlife. There's loads of simple ways you can help encourage some wildlife to your garden. We just let some of our grass grow a little bit longer around the hedge and that forms a lovely little habitat for them. And then we find some logs and some bricks and some sticks. We make little log piles at the back of the borders. It provides the visitors to the garden with some shade and some protection, and as well as food and so forth. And at the bottom of the garden we grow some wild seeds. We let them grow and they come back every year with these beautiful flowers that attract all the pollinators and the bees and the butterflies. And then at the back of this we've made a little insect hotel, a bug hotel, just using things that we've found whilst we've been out on walks and put them together in some old decking and keep them in place with some mesh. But you could do this easily using a box or maybe using a jam jar, anything that gives a little bit of protection. And it doesn't need to be the garden either. We've just put some old bricks down and you could use some old tiles or some old upturned broken cups. They perform a lovely habitat on any piece of land that you might have. So to supplement what we've got in the garden, we're going to make a butterfly feeder now to see if we can attract some butterflies. And so you can see the things that we need. You'll have most of these lying around the house.
Now we're inside, we're going to make our butterfly feeder.
So what we need to do to start with is get a piece of card. Now we're using just some old card paper plates. So we need to get one of those and we need a bottle top. So we've got a couple of bottle tops. We're going to start off by just drawing around the centre of the card for the centre of what's going to be our butterfly feeder. You're doing it a lot neater than I am.
Thank you, Daddy.
Now once we've got our middle part, we're going to start drawing on some flowers. Going to be our petals coming off our flower. Now my drawing is not very good, you're probably going to do a bit better than me. Let's do some nice petals coming off it. Make them whatever shape you like. You can make them thin or long or fat or curved or spiky. It's up to you. You should have something that looks a little bit like a flower. Are you doing spiky ones?
Yeah, it's going to be your hair in the morning.
Ah, very good. Once we've done that, we need to start to colour them in. We need to start colouring them in. And you can choose whatever colours you want. What colours do you think we ought to choose?
Bright colours because they get attracted to it.
Alright, so bright colours like pinks, purple, my favourite colour.
Yeah.
What are the colours? What about Mommy's favourite colour?
Yellow.
Yellow.
Orange.
That's right. So I'm just going to use...
Maybe some green because they get attracted to plants.
Alright, so we could put some leaves on, couldn't we? That's a good idea. So I'm just going to colour this in and do it really as quick as I can. And I might just speed this part up.
I want to see yours because you've got spiky hair. Maybe you could look outside and see some flowers.
Oh, do them the same colours as the flowers?
Yeah.
Well, we could do. When we go out in the garden, we might look at the sort of flowers that the butterflies like.
When we see if it works.
Yeah, we'll put them up in the garden. Now we can do these all just in one colour, or we could do different colours, or we might do patterns.
Or
so
rainbows, actually.
we could do a rainbow, couldn't you? That'd be quite good.
You'll get lots of flies. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Or you could do them different colours. You could do a few different colours and see if there's a particular colour that the butterflies
rainbow.
like. Yeah. So you could maybe do all of the ones, all different colours
Shall
of the
I do some
rainbow.
patterns?
Yeah, do some patterns. Put some patterns. Whilst you're doing the patterns, I've done a plain one here, so I'm just going to then cut it out. Again, be really careful as you cut. Doesn't matter if your cutting's a bit messy, you just don't want to hurt yourself. So we'll cut that out and make it into our flower.
And make sure adults are supervising for if you're really long.
Well, good idea. That's a good point, yeah. You might need someone to help you use the scissors.
If you may be in reception or something. Or higher. I don't really know.
So when you're finished, you should have something that looks a little bit like a flower. And you can make these bigger or smaller, it doesn't matter. It all depends on the size you had of that bottle top to start with, I suppose. But again, maybe you could experiment with that. Maybe you could make them using lots of different sizes.
Well, there's another bit of experiment you could do with your sugar and water. Maybe you can use salt maybe instead or something.
Yeah, or maybe different types of sugar or different amounts of sugar.
Now I'm going to do some cutting.
So now we've cut our flowers out, we need to turn them into proper flowers on stalks. So using the sticks we got earlier, can you pass me one of the sticks?
Yeah.
Alright, so
They're all of them.
they're all of them, right. Do you want to choose one and I'll choose one?
These two because these are the best.
They're nice and straight, okay.
And they're quite smooth on the edges and don't poke them in your eye.
Definitely don't poke them in your eye, quite right. So,
Unless you want to go end in A and A, but they're probably too busy
yeah,
right
we
now.
don't want to do that. So
And
turn the
then-
flowers over and take a little bit of sticky tape. Please. Just tape them nicely on the back. Now you could use glue if you wanted to, but sticky tape keeps them nice and firm.
Because we've got some glue and we're going to need it for the next bits.
So turn them over, and now we want
Jazz
the
hands.
we want to stick the middle part on. So using the glue, we put a little bit of glue on the bottom. Might need a bit of a squeeze though.
No, you need to undo the lid, don't you? Undo the lid? Oh, it's blocked off. There.
Put a dab of glue on, that's it. And then just stick them to...
Or can I have this there?
Just a
It
second, oh, just
spreads
spread
the
it,
glue.
okay. There you go.
So I've got
And
the
then
one
just
big
stick it
one.
in the middle of your flower, like that. One's a bit off centre.
And now we're going to get some we made earlier.
Before we do, we need to stick in the cotton wool. Now what we're going to put in is a bit of sugary water. And if we do that, they'll all start to dribble out. So if we put a bit of glue in there, and just some of these little cotton wool pads, and we will shove them in and just let those stick. And then the glue will hold those in place. To attract the butterflies, we just need to add some sugary water to the cotton wool and let it soak in. So now your feeders are ready, let's put them to some use. Now you don't need to put them in the garden. They could sit in a bottle on the windowsill, or maybe take them to the park and watch the butterflies come whilst you play. There's lots of experiments you could do as well. Why not try different colours or different types of sugar, or maybe putting them in different positions around your garden. Well, that's it from us. I hope you have fun making those butterfly feeders and see lots of things in your garden.
Hope you see different types of butterflies and maybe you might see some rare ones. Stay safe, bye.
Bye.
Okay, everyone, thank you very much and welcome back. Now, those of you that have been looking at the itinerary will notice that we've got a slight change to the programme here. Due to a family emergency, Ellie Harrison isn't going to be presenting today, but we are going to capture that content at a later date and record it and make it available on this channel. So I'm going to hand back over now to Eleanor Atkins, who's going to introduce our next guest, Shanna Howden.
Okay, and I want to give a very, very big welcome to the wonderful Shanna Howden.
Hi.
Shanna has just completed her degree here at Staffordshire University and she's also a fantastic artist. Welcome, Shanna.
Hi, Ellie. So I'll be teaching everyone how to draw bees, and firstly I'm just going to do a quick bee fact. All bees actually have 5 eyes. They have 2 big compound eyes, then they have 3 ones at the top of their head, which are simple ones, which lets you know whether it's a predator or to follow the sunlight. And we can play a video now to show us how to draw bees, sorry. Hi guys, so I'm going to teach you how to draw a bee. So have a piece of pen and paper or pencil and paper ready, and at the end of the day please send your bee drawings into us. I want to see them all. So first thing when drawing a bee is you want to know what type of species you're going to draw, because there are over 250 different species in the UK. Some I have drawn here, these are the common ones that you see in your garden, and for the sake of this drawing I'm going to draw the garden bumblebee. Before we start, it's important to note that all bees are split into 3 sections, so the head, thorax and the abdomen. So I'm going to start the drawing by drawing the bee's thorax, which is the middle section here. I'm going to draw it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Make sure you leave a space for the wings as they're translucent. We don't want to join up the circle and have a nasty line through the wings. And then we're going to draw the abdomen. I'm drawing this one quite rounded, we don't want it going into a point, but you can if you want, because as we all know, bees do have split stings. But in the garden bumblebee, it's not very prominent when you see them from this angle. And then next I'm going to draw the bee's head and its eyes. And then I'm going to draw the bee's wings, starting here where we left this gap. Don't worry too much about the shape of your wings, as all bees' wings are slightly different. Haven't left enough of a gap there, I'm sorry. Next I'm going to draw the bee's antennae. And then I'm going to draw the bee's legs. The legs I'm going to give them 3 sections, although bees do have 6 sections in their legs, like 6 main sections. I'm only going to draw it in 3 because the other parts are hidden mainly by the thorax when we're drawing it. And then the foot, make sure you curve it round like a little hook. The other side from the other side. And then I'm going going to draw the other 4 legs. Next, I'm going to draw the bees section. So in the Golden Bumblebee, it has got a yellow section here, yellow section here, and a white section here. So I'm just going to mark those on. But I'm going to do it just like this because bees are fluffy and it's not straight lines between the sections. So I'm just doing it like this to give the illusion of the bee's fluffiness. Next, I'm going to just add some detail to the bee. I'm just gonna add a little bit of leg hairs. And then next I'm going to add some detail to the main part. You can use this by using coloured pencil, coloured pens, anything you want. For me, I'm going to use some watercolours, but you can use felt tips, paints, whatever you want. I'm going to start with the black and then just paint in the colours. Keeping to the sections, careful not to go in the wings. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some colour to the legs and the head and the antennae. Again, you don't have to do this right now, you can do this at the end of the day. So I'm just going to colour them in black. I haven't done its eyes yet, but I'll show you how. And then I'm just going to paint the antennae. And then while this has been a bit dried, I'm just going to add a bit of fluffy detail in here. And then next is going to be the eyes. So when you colour in your eyes, make sure you leave a small circular gap on each eye, which is going to be the reflection to the sun. And then the only final thing left to do is to add a bit of detail onto the wings. So for me, I often just highlight the top section. And then I just add a bit of detail in. But whatever you do, make sure you do the same from one side to the other. And you can add as much detail or as little detail as you want. And there you are. You now have a bee drawing.
And a very big welcome to all our panel of experts here. We have Dave Skingsley from Staffordshire University, our resident invertebrate specialist.
Hello, good afternoon.
We have the fantastic hedgehog expert Hugh Warwick.
Hello there.
We have Richard Guy from Staffordshire Wildlife Trust and the Sunrise Project.
Hello.
We have Ryan from AirAware.
Hello.
And we have the Atlas Coordinator for the Mammal Society and Chair of the Staffordshire Mammal Group, Derek Crawley.
Hello.
And Richard is going to ask them some questions.
Okay, fantastic. So these questions have all come from the live chat from alongside the stream, and we may get some more. At the moment, there's at least 5 queued up, so we have to be relatively quick on some of these answers, and some of them, quick answers will be difficult. But the first one from John Fairburn is asking us, how many bats do we need to be bitten by to become Batman? I don't know who would like to take that one on.
I'll take that one on, and the question is absolutely none. You become a Batman by becoming so much interested in bats that you actually help injured bats and rehabilitate and have them in your home.
And can I just add to that? Batman is one of those superheroes who remains a normal human being. He's just benefited from an enormous amount of wealth. So no, it's not like Spider-Man. You've just got to look deeply into your superhero mythologies, and you'll find the error in your question there.
Fantastic. Okay. Any more responses to that question, or shall I move to the next one? This one's a bit more technical.
Next question, please, Richard.
Okay. Okay, so this is from Helen G in the chat, and it's a question for the experts. I'd like to capture some of the nocturnal visitors to my garden on camera. Any tips for buying and installing motion capture cameras for complete amateurs, please?
Again, I'm happy to take that one forward. We do an awful lot of camera trapping work. Basically, it's whatever you can afford on the camera. You can get them as cheap as about £30 and goes up to about £250 plus, depending on what you want. Just find yourself a nice, there was a camera on view there. That's one there. Here's a much cheaper one. That's about 30 quid's worth. Someone else is running to get another one. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah. So there's lots of different versions. All you really need to do is find out where your animals are walking through or going to a feeding zone. Put them out early evening, pick them up the next day. Set them so that they can see where the animal's likely to be. So I tend to set mine about 30 centimetres off the ground, so I'm looking along the ground at those animals. Other people set them at a higher angle, looking down towards the ground. If you just leave one in the garden and has a good wide view of your lawn, you'll find anything that goes through will come up onto camera.
If I could just add on to that, the Hedgehog Street campaign, which I helped run, we launched about a week ago, Hedgehogs After Dark, which is relying on the fact that people have got access to these cameras. As Derek has said, some of them are becoming much more affordable. And the Hedgehogs After Dark sort of citizen science project is collecting as many images as possible of hedgehogs getting up to whatever they're getting up to in the garden, with a view to trying to work out what are the main behavioral uses of our gardens that the hedgehogs have, whether it is principally feeding or mating or nesting or whatever, and then hopefully reveal a better idea of how we can advise people to manage their gardens best for hedgehogs.
I can add one on that one, is that as an urban environment in a garden that's totally enclosed, be prepared for getting a lot of records of your neighbour's cats. That's one of the things in there. So it's not necessarily all about things. It's also about everything that goes through your garden, including a whole flock of starlings trying to bathe themselves in the pond. That's quite spectacular.
And the other one to remember is that if it's a windy day, you'll get an awful lot of pictures of waving grass.
Yeah.
Very true.
I think
Fantastic.
Just to add to that, if any photographs that they get up they can't identify, if they put them onto the Wildlife Trust Facebook page, then people will help them identify what's there.
Fantastic. Okay, so our next question is a plant-based question, plants and biodiversity. This is from the chat from Shanna Howden, who we had the pleasure of helping with the bee drawings and things earlier. So, are there any plants we should avoid planting in our garden? And are there any plants we should promote planting to encourage biodiversity for mammals and inverts? So quite broad.
I can take a start on that one. Is that there's a couple of good books out there to do with planting, usually for bees, that was done by William Kirk up at Keele, and that gives you a really good background of which particular plants you can plant to attract pollinators and those who use nectar. The plants not to choose are those hybrids that have multiple flowers that the bees and the other insects actually can't get into to take the nectar from it. So it's as simple as that. I always like a good fruit tree myself, because that's always good for its blossom, and then it sort of starts off the season for me in spring with a really good blossom tree.
Yeah. Can I? Well, after you, Derek.
So just at harvest time with all the fruit, then it's very useful for mammals to actually stock up for the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say the more traditional style of flower you can get, the better. And try to pick ones that have flower at different times of the year, so have a range of different flowers as you go through the year, and especially those that produce either good quality seeds or fruits and berries, because they will provide that food for other species at different times of the year. Yeah.
Good book.
I get no commission for this, but some of my pictures are in it.
Fantastic. Okay, so right, those are relatively straightforward questions, but Shanna's been a bit more not mean, but challenging in the next question, because these are related. There's a couple of linked questions that I'm going to read together because they're two sides of the same coin. So, are there any impacts COVID-19 has had on mammals and inverts? So, you know, they've suggested, is the reduction of pollution, etc., air pollution reduction things, is that helping wildlife? And also the flip side of the coin, when normality returns, is this going to pose a risk to our wildlife, and as such, you know, undo any perceived good work that was there? Now this is the last of the formal questions that I've got from the chat, so we've got effectively the next 10 minutes really to go around and discuss this, and also if we wanted to preserve a little bit of time for anything else that you would like to bring up as experts that's pertinent to this discussion. So I'm going to open the floor.
I'd like to say a little bit about that, if that's okay. One of the main benefits to wildlife of COVID-19 is the lack of human interference, or the reduction in human interference. So because councils are mowing verges and lawns less frequently, that's given the opportunities for the plants to actually flower, and therefore they can then provide the nectar and the food sources for the invertebrates to feed on, and then that progresses further up the food chain. So if we can learn from that and allow those flowers to be given the time to do their flowering thing, and that will add benefit to our habitats. So if it does return to normal, it won't be necessarily detrimental to what it was before, but we haven't learned from that observation that we can actually bring a better habitat by not mowing quite so frequently, which is something that Bailey's looking at in his research as well. So that will be one good thing. Another way that our lack of interference has caused benefits for wildlife is, for example, the reduction in people being at these lovely tourist spots that we normally frequent in high numbers. For example, beaches where birds have been found nesting in areas that they've not nested in for years and years and years, because it's always got too high footfall, too many people, too much disturbance. But they've actually come back to these habitats this year to breed, where they haven't done for many years. And also the leatherback turtles in Florida have shown the same patterns of behaviour. So they're now expanding their breeding areas to numbers they probably would have been before we started interfering so much. The concern there is that as that hot day, where the hottest day of the year came the other week, didn't it? And then people flocked to these beaches in their high numbers, and therefore those that were nesting were partway through incubating eggs or feeding their young. That could have severely detrimental impacts on their breeding success of those nests, because we would have disturbed them. They would have left those chicks and left those eggs to cool and possibly may have perished. So would they have been better off by nesting out of the way in the habitats that they would have done if we were disturbing them in the first place? I don't really know.
Certainly, we've had a lot of calls coming in about increased hedgehog sightings, and the theory mooted by the people at Project Splatter, which is that wonderful project down in Cardiff, where they are counting roadkill. There have been reductions in sightings of hedgehogs squashed on the roads, which therefore would suggest a good thing for hedgehogs. But I've had to do a few interviews about lots of randy hedgehogs in people's gardens. And the idea was that because everything's been quieter, there's been less traffic, there's less movement going on, more hedgehogs are able to get out and about and get it on. However, I'm also of the mind that this is probably more to do with the fact that people are spending more time, or have been spending more time at home and more time actually looking at their gardens and seeing what's actually there. So the truth of this will come out next year, whether we see an increase in hedgehog numbers, or certainly towards later in the year. But certainly there has been an opportunity to see more. And I hope that the good that comes from this is from those people who've had a chance to see more and make a form of connection with nature, so that this carries through, whether it's through the council's just receiving vast numbers of letters from people saying it's been really nice not having so many cars on the roads, and really nice having flowers growing on the grass which you haven't cut. I mean, that's the sort of campaigning side, is getting in touch with the amenity grassland managers and just saying, we've liked what we've seen, so let's try and get back to that.
Yeah, I'm entirely with that one about sort of the verges and stuff. I mean, some of the verges at junctions, yes, of course they need cutting because there's a safety issue, but the miles of verge that go between them, I'd say less so, and that's something else. And those bits to do with the viewing of wildlife in your own local space, in the bubble that you're able to work in, is been really good for people spotting insects. And they're saying there's more of them about. That's again those things of people seeing stuff, and it's in front of them. From a longer view, that one, the really hot May, I think will possibly have an effect on reproduction and larval success of insects through the following year, which will then possibly knock on to our friends in the mammals and in the bird societies. So I'm seeing there's perhaps a bigger global picture here, not just the humans being there or not there, that there actually probably have a bigger effect than us being present or absent.
I think you're right within that, and I think the important thing that we want to partly get across to our listeners within this is that if they don't record what they've seen this year,
good point,
then we're not going to get that effect next year when there's an increase or a decrease. So all of us should be looking in our gardens, looking around our local areas and recording everything that we see, not just, and I'm just as bad as everyone else, not just your specialism. So I record mammals wherever, but this year I've been recording the butterflies, the amphibians and the reptiles that I've been seeing in and around my local patch, and the birds.
Yeah, likewise. So I kind of a sort of generalist view of the world. You got your specialism, but for me they sit on a plant. Therefore, I want to record things like the plants, and then those plants attract other insects, other creatures, and I'm walking to them through around in the garden where you've got the birds coming in and the mice.
I think a lot of people have become much more interested in what they're seeing in their garden, both during the day and during the night. But unfortunately, we've all seen the recent pictures of the countryside hooligans going back out into the countryside and using it and abusing it, leaving the litter, causing the fires. So we've still got an awful lot more work to do in trying to looking at that wider public view of what they're doing, what disturbance they're having, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just to pick up on that point of monitoring, I think the importance of citizen science monitoring this year is going to be crucial in answering those questions at all, because certainly from our point of view at the Wildlife Trust, our formal surveying season has been severely disrupted by the ability to get out to sites and make those records. The Wildlife Trust has had to furlough some of its staff, and so there's going to be gaps in the data which we have an opportunity to fill in with citizen science. But just like Derek said, it will be quite difficult without those records to determine next year whether there was an impact or not, without everyone chipping in and sharing what they're seeing. So I think that is a crucial point. This is an opportunity for us to
everybody
come together.
Everybody has a role to play there in saying what they've seen. If they've enjoyed it, or if they're concerned about things, let the wildlife, various things, actually know about it. And
absolutely,
I think there's lots of. I mean, we have the Facebook pages for the Wildlife Trust, the Mammal Society, and also the Staffordshire Invertebrate Group. Those are places. If you see something you're not sure what it is, put it out there. Use the media, because it'll be picked up. I think Ryan wants to say something on there. Ryan, you've got your hand up.
Just have to unmute.
I'm just trying to unmute my microphone, and it's
that's working.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Ryan.
Right, sorry. Yes, we monitor the air quality around Staffordshire in different locations, specifically around schools, and the early indications from the data we're getting back is we're showing a minimum of 50% reduction in air pollution, and we've already seen some results as much as 65% reduction in air pollution witness. Obviously, that's going to have a knock-on effect for wildlife as well as humans. But I think it's really important to stress that we can't just go back to where we were. There's definitely some early data that correlates COVID-19 infection rates, not infection rates, sorry, but deaths to areas of high pollution. So it's important that as the lockdown restrictions ease and we get back to normal life, as it were, we don't go all the way back to normal life, and we need to think a little bit more about how we travel and try and be more sustainable, so pollution levels don't increase to what they were pre-COVID-19, because that would just, we'll have learned nothing from it at all, sadly.
I don't know whether it's a nationwide thing, but certainly Oxfordshire County Council has just been putting out a discussion document asking what it is that we would like to see as we go forward. And I'm very keen on changing the language about going back to what it was, but going forward to something a little bit better. And one of the really key things which they're asking about is, what is the changes that you've seen which you've enjoyed most? And for me, it's been the simple act of being able to cycle on the roads with my kids, well, the one who will do it, and to feel safer. And as soon as you remove that barrier to this, all the air pollution issues will fall away, and you get the multiple win situation where nature benefits, we benefit, the environment benefits as a whole. So I really hope that we can leap forward into something far more positive.
Yeah, we need to incentivize people and make it a pleasant experience to do the right thing, don't we?
We do. And we're putting out the right message within our various groups, but we still need to do more.
Yes.
Yeah, certainly, from my point of view, working on an urban habitat restoration project, I'm quite excited about the change in perception of urban green spaces that I think will come out of this. People have been forced, for want of a better word, to explore the areas closer to them rather than going further afield. And I've already started to see people taking an increased appreciation in urban green spaces as a result, rather than focusing on the out of town, quote unquote, nature reserves or national parks. So certainly on a very personal point of view, with the project I'm working on, I'm actually quite interested to see the benefits that will come out of it. And who'd have thought we'd be talking about benefits coming out of such a horrible scenario, but I think in the long run we may start to see some from an environmental standpoint.
I definitely agree. Lots of people have seen exactly what's on their doorstep, which is brilliant.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, we've got two new questions that have come in from the chat. We've got one that's a specific question for Hugh. So Carl Hales has asked a question for Hugh. We have two hedgehogs occupying our houses, but have not seen the larger one for 2 weeks. We saw what we thought was mating some weeks ago. Would the male then move away? Thanks.
So these hedgehogs are occupying your house?
I assume they mean hedgehog houses.
You see, I was thinking this is the most delightful sharing
yes.
taking place. Yeah, never mind just letting them into your garden, but yeah, you can let them into your house. Okay, so the male's involvement with the reproductive process After the extensive courtship of the hedgehog carousel with the male circling around the female and the female rebuffing his attempts with a wonderfully plosive noise, a bit like a noise which will go on for over an hour, the male's involvement ceases immediately after mating. And that's so any lovely cartoon images you see of Mummy and Daddy Hedgehog taking the youngsters out is unfortunately about as grounded as in fact as the idea that Batman was created by being bitten by a bat. So these things just, it's not the way around. So it's very probable, if mating did take place, that the male will have just skedaddled off and will be trying to find other females to mate as well.
Fantastic answer, brilliant. That's a really useful one. And we've got a final one. Time has already beaten us. We're already at 22 minutes of our 20-minute session. Time really does fly. But we've got one more question, and this is via Helen G, and it's from her son Tom, who's 7, and he's asked, how much food does a caterpillar have to eat before it becomes a butterfly? I was going to say, Dave, you've got the background for this one today.
Yeah, I've got the butterfly behind me.
Yeah.
Well, it all depends on the butterfly and the caterpillar, and that one, and how many of them are there. There are some very hungry caterpillars out there, and you've probably read a book about that in the past. They have to consume basically their I think it's 2 or 3 times their body weight per day in leaves. So you can imagine that on a particular plant will have an impact. So if the plant's got plenty of leaves, you might not notice it. If the plant has very few leaves, you might notice it. The other thing there is there are lots of other insect caterpillar-like things that will eat your plants, particularly things like sawflies. Sawflies are a known pest. That's basically, there isn't a set answer to that one, but it's basically 2 or 3 times their body weight. And as they get bigger, they have to eat more. So they start off as a hungry caterpillar, then a very hungry caterpillar, then they become really, really hungry caterpillar, and then they stop and pupate, and then poof, become a butterfly like the one behind me on the screen.
Very good.
Yeah, fantastic answer.
Dave.
Yeah. So I think we've got through as many answers as we can get through in the time that we've got available to us. Because the next up we've got is Cheryl Wheeler's wildlife quiz, and I'm aware that there may be people sitting waiting to see if they can identify some of the challenges that they're going to get given there. So I'm just going to hand back over to Ellie just to thank all of our guests here, and then so I will stop talking.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard, and thank you very much to all our panelists here. Brilliant experts and fantastic answers. Very well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to offer a very warm welcome to Cheryl Wheeler, Placements Administrator at Staffordshire University, and she's a brilliant quiz host, so she's going to host you a very quick quiz. Thank you, Cheryl.
Hi everyone, my name's Cheryl and I work at Staffordshire University, and welcome to the Great Green Quick Quiz. I hope you've enjoyed today's event, and this is the last thing that's going to be running, so hopefully you'll stay for this as well. So I've got some questions today for you on plants, animals and the environment, and we're going to start off round one with some nice easy questions for our youngest participants, and then we'll get a little bit more difficult as we go along. So if you could jot down your answers as we go through, and then I'll read them all out at the end, and mums and dads can help with writing if you want them to. So hopefully you can now see a picture round that we have. Match the footprints to the animals. Rich is going to pop that on the screen, so you can be having a look at that whilst I'm reading out the questions and see how many of those you can match. So starting off with question 1, what colour is a daffodil? What colour is a daffodil? And question number 2, and I know we've just had a question about this animal in the Ask the Experts. What does a caterpillar turn into? So question number 2, what does a caterpillar turn into? Question number 3, what is a baby sheep called? And question number 4, where does a wild rabbit live? So not looking for a pet rabbit that lives in a hutch, but where does a wild rabbit live? Question number 5, what does a tadpole turn into? So you may see these when you're out walking, or if you've got a pond in your garden. What does a tadpole turn into? And question number 6, which type of tree grows from an acorn? Okay, so that's the end of the first round. So what I'm going to do is give you just a couple of minutes to have a look at those pictures that are up on the screen to see if you can match the animals with the footprints. And then after a couple of minutes, we'll move on to the next round of questions that are a little bit more difficult.
I have to just say at this point, I think I'm doing quite well at this quiz. I think I've found my level.
That's fantastic, Richard.
I've got at least half of those right.
Brilliant. That's a warm up for the adults, more for the younger ones. Okay, so hopefully you're having a look at those pictures and you're working out which animal would leave which footprint if you were out doing some tracking. We'll just give you one more minute and then we'll change the animal footprints for the slightly harder ones and we'll do some more difficult questions. So some of you might have these animals as pets at home. Perhaps nobody's got a bear as a pet, at least I hope not. But hopefully you can identify its tracks if you've read the Gruffalo perhaps. And we've got some animals that you might see if you've been on a farm visit or out in the countryside. Okay, so time's up on that. Richard, if you could change over for the next set of animal tracks, please. And I will move on with question 7.
Excellent. Those new animal tracks are now on screen.
Thank you very much. So whilst you're answering the questions, have a look and see if you can work out which animal would leave these tracks. And question 7, this will show if you were listening today or not. What are baby bats called? So for those of you that don't know, we've had some bats living at Staffordshire University in one of our buildings. So we were trying to have a new building erected, but we were unable to remove the old building because we had a family of bats living there. So they've now gone to their new home and we can continue with our work, but it was lovely to have them on campus for a short while. But what were the baby bats called? Question number 8. How many legs does an insect have? So how many legs does an insect have? Question number 9. Which is the biggest animal on Earth? And that can include mammals, insects, but which is the biggest animal that we have on Earth? And don't forget to keep trying to work out the footprints as well while you're answering the questions. Question number 10. Which of the following animals does not hibernate in winter? So which one of the following does not hibernate in winter? Is it a squirrel, a bear, or a hedgehog? And for question number 11, how can you tell the age of a tree? How can you tell the age of a tree? For question number 12, name the layer which protects the Earth from harmful rays. So there is a special layer which protects the Earth from harmful rays. Can you name the layer? Question number 13. Which species can live on both water and land? So that's which species lives on both water and land? And question number 14. What is the green pigment in plants which is helpful in absorbing sunlight? Question 14. What is the green pigment in plants which is helpful in absorbing sunlight? And question number 15. Animals without backbones are known as what? So for question 15, animals that don't have backbones have a specific name. What is it? Okay, so that's the end of round 2. I'll give you just a minute to have a look at the animals' footprints, but Rich will leave them on screen while we're doing the 3rd round as well. So just have a look and see if you can work out which animals leave those tracks.
This is really good, Cheryl.
Some of these tracks are good.
I don't know how many I would have got right if I was answering rather than writing. I did use Google. Okay, so round 3, this is the more difficult round now. So let's see how you get on. Name the 3 body parts of an insect. So an insect has 3 specific body parts. What are they?
You know this if you're listening to Shanna.
And question 17, can you name the Swedish teenage activist who is campaigning for climate change? So she has been in the news a lot, and on the internet, in newspapers. So hopefully you'll know who that is. Question number 18, why do plant roots have hairs growing from them? So plant roots, they have tiny little hairs growing from them. And what is the purpose of them? Question number 19, this is a question that my husband's put in, and I don't know if anybody will get the answer right, So let's have a go. How many eggs does a pheasant lay? So a pheasant will always lay the same amount of eggs in its clutch. And how many do they lay? Question number 20. How many hearts does an octopus have? So that is how many hearts does an octopus have? Question number 21. Which part of a bee makes its buzz? So which part of the bee makes its buzz? And finally, question 22. Which part of its body does an earthworm breathe through? Which part of its body does an earthworm breathe through? So that's the end of the questions. I'll just give you 1 minute to have another look at the animal tracks. I know we've been quite quick today. So just have a quick look and then we'll go through the answers. And this is the stage usually when I'm doing a quiz that I ask everyone to shout the answers out to me. But because this isn't working two ways, you're still very welcome to shout out the answers to the screen and shout them out for the house, okay? Here we go then. We'll start with the questions first and we'll do the picture rounds after. So question number 1, what colour is a daffodil? It is yellow. And question number 2, what does a caterpillar turn into? Of course, it turns into a beautiful butterfly. Question number 3, what is a baby sheep called? It is a lamb. And question number 4, where does a wild rabbit live? A wild rabbit lives in a burrow. Question number 5, what does a tadpole turn into? Of course, it turns into a frog, one of my favourite animals. And question number 6, which type of tree grows from an acorn? It is an oak tree. So I'm hoping you got all of those right. Now we'll move on to the slightly harder round, number 2. So what are baby bats called? They are called pups. So just like dogs, bats have baby pups. And how many legs does an insect have? They have 6 legs. The biggest mammal, sorry, the biggest animal on Earth is the blue whale. And for question number 10, the animal that does not hibernate in winter is the squirrel. So you'll still see these when you're having a walk around your local park. Question 11, how you can tell the age of a tree is by counting the rings of its stump. So unfortunately, you would need to chop the tree down before you could tell its age. So don't do that. But if you do come across a tree stump, count the rings and you can work out how old it was. The ozone layer for number 12 is the layer which protects the Earth from harmful rays. And an amphibian, for question 13, can live on both land and water. Question 14, the green pigment in plants which is helpful for absorbing sunlight is called chlorophyll. And for question number 15, animals without backbones are known as invertebrates. For the final round, hopefully you're all still doing well. We'll see how you get on with the harder ones. The 3 body parts of an insect are the head, the thorax and the abdomen. And question 17, the teenage Swedish activist who's been campaigning for climate change is Greta Thunberg. I'm sure you've all heard about her. The tiny hairs on plant roots are used to absorb minerals and water to help the plant to grow. So that's absorb minerals and water. And question number 19, how many eggs does a pheasant lay? It lays 14. So 14 eggs from a pheasant. How many hearts does an octopus have? It has 3. And which part of a bee makes its buzz for question 21? And it is the bee's wings that make the buzz. The final question, which part of its body does an earthworm breathe through? An earthworm breathes through its skin, which I didn't know until I was putting these questions together. So yeah, an earthworm breathes through its skin. Rich, if you could just pop the first set of animal tracks up on screen for me and we can just run through those answers, that would be great.
Yeah, okay, the first set are back on screen.
Okay, so animal footprints number 1, they are from a frog. Number 2, they belong to the duck. Number 3, they are from the pig. Number 4, they come from the rabbit. Number 5 are the bear. Number 6 belong to the dog. Number 7 belong to the bird. And number 8 belong to the horse. And if we have a quick look at the animal tracks that were a little bit more difficult, I will read you the answers and then let you finish.
Yeah, they're up on screen now.
Okay, so number 1, that's from a mole. So we have a mole's tracks there. Number 2, they belong to a mouse. Number 3, from a hedgehog. Number 4 are from a fox. Number 5, these tracks would be left by a hare. And number 6 are the tracks that you would find from a deer. Number 7 belong to a badger, and we have a family of badgers living here in Sneed Green, just outside Hanley, which is great. And number 8 belong to an otter. Number 9 are the tracks left by an owl. Number 10 are the squirrel that doesn't hibernate in winter. Number 11 are the frog. And 12, those are the tracks from the pheasant that lays its 14 eggs. So that's the end of my quick quiz. I hope you've enjoyed it and I hope you've all learned a little something extra today as well.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Cheryl. That was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Fantastic.
Bye.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Bye.
Bye.
Right. And I would just like to thank everyone very much for sharing this event with us. We hope you've enjoyed the day and have learned something that you will find useful. I would very much like to thank Richard and all of our wonderful participants who have been absolutely amazing. And thank you very much to all the support from the students who've been part of the production team to make it go as smoothly as we possibly could. We very much look forward to seeing you all in future events on campus and join us again for the Great Green Gathering, which we will hope next one will be face to face. Thank you to everyone who submitted a question and to all of you who got involved. Remember, sometime next week, the resources will be available via the link in the description below. So thank you very much, everybody, and hope to see you soon. Bye-bye.